this is our city council workshop. Meetings are available to watch on our YouTube channel. Search for the City of Bruceville-Eddy and click the subscribe button. Please mute your phones and computers to avoid any interference during this meeting. Roll call. To my left, I have Councilman Wiggins, and I have Councilman McGruer, and I have our city administrator, Kent Manton, and to my right, I have Councilman Griffin and Councilwoman McLaughlin. And in the back, I have Pam Combs, our city secretary, and I have Jamie Rodriguez, our water clerk, our water lady, and then I have Jean, our water department in the back, and then we have a special guest here tonight is from MRB Group, and I can't remember your name.
Mr.
Armand Hunt. Okay. All right. Citizens presentation. Do we have any stuff that anybody wants to talk about?
No.
Okay, nothing. Okay, number 3, water system modeling update. MRB Group. Council discuss, consider, and update water model created by MRB Group to account for the completion of the Falls County Water Main Improvement Phase 1. Sir?
Do y'all have those maps that you can put up there? You did? Perfect.
They're getting there. Well, go get you a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that sugar-free donut you had?
Yeah.
Yes,
Well, melted.
that sugar-free donut he had.
Hot coffee.
Yeah.
I said sugar-free.
No, I was looking at the
Oh.
person next to you. She had that look in her comments.
That female.
All right, there we go. All right.
Y'all can't see that?
I can make out.
Can't zoom in
There
on
it
the
comes.
Falls County portion. Yeah.
There it comes.
You want one with the water lines? Yeah, I zoomed in a little bit, right? Perfect.
Yeah, y'all got a map in your, half of it too, yeah. Yeah. It looks fine.
That will work for this. I'll kind of explain the history. Obviously, we did a water main, or a water system study for Bruceville-Eddy, and came up with some recommendations. So one of them was this 12-inch line running down FM 1239 that is near completion and should be in service, I would assume, within a few weeks. So we upgraded their existing 1.5, it was partially 1.5, partially 2-inch, all the way down there. And so that was causing a lot of head loss in the lines during peak hours. So we're having really low pressures here in the southern end of Falls County. We're also, there was a disconnection here at County Road 440 and where it met with FM 1239, the water mains there, we reconnected that so it better loops the system in Falls County. And so with doing this, we had, during peak demands, we had basically no pressure down at the bottom of Falls County in the southeast corner. So if you want to go to the pressure map updated with our water model, there we go. So now, if there was any yellow, that would have indicated 35 psi or lower. I believe blue is around 60 psi. Light blue is probably a little bit less than that. Our legend is somewhere. But anyways, the purple here is between 80 and 100, so you actually have really high pressures now in this area, which is probably seen at 2 a.m. right now because things will equalize during low demand. So these are more consistent with probably what you see during low demand times currently. But this is a peak demand scenario with the 12-inch line showing good pressures there based on our models. So now we have pressure in that area, which could potentially open up for allowing more meters to tie on. there still is a storage and/or pumping capacity shortage. The well project would bring all of that into compliance, and there would be absolutely zero TCEQ violations. However, there are stipulations in TCEQ's regulations where if you have more than 1,000 gallons per minute of pumping capacity with your largest pump out of service within a pressure plane, which this one we do because we have the Ford well site, the Talbert well site, and the Ford tank site with pump stations. So they allow an engineer to make recommendations on whether to add meters or not. So now it can open up for meters if the city is willing to do that, because there still is a storage insufficiency. So there is too, but that would be denied no matter where you're at in Bruceville-Eddy. So, you know, if somebody wanted a line, say you have a 1.5 inch line here and somebody wanted a meter on it, you can't allow that per TCEQ. They'd have to install a 2 inch line to their house and then set a service lateral and a meter at that point. And that's regardless of any pressure plane that you're in inside the city. And there is a phase 2 that we recommended of improving this 2 inch line that runs here all the way down Blevins Road. I think we showed it going all the way down to here, which would be ideal. However, there are developments in this area that, you know, as part of that development may be a requirement to, you know, extend or upgrade water lines to get that paid in a developer agreement of some sort. And that would be my recommendation for that phase 2 project.
Your recommendation would be to fix it?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, I just
Because
wanted
you're
to get it
adequate
out.
now, but as developments come, you know, they're gonna ask for a lot of meters. It's not like they're saying, hey, I need a meter here, a meter there. That's different. You can do that case by case like we've been doing
Yes, sir.
if you wanna open it up. Now, if there's a development with, I don't know, over 50 or 100 meters, you're gonna want to, you know, look at what kind of upgrades are needed to supply that.
Okay, Mr. McGrew?
Yeah, I understand that going out there on 1239, actually talking to Robert Ford out there on 1230.
You got your mic on?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna push it. There we go. I'm here.
All right.
Okay. I understand that going out 1239, there's actually some properties that are going up for sale that are subsequently going to end up with developers coming in. I know Robert Ford was talking. Robert Ford is not in that our water zone, but I think the developers may be. And if they are, they're gonna bring some houses out there. What's that gonna do to our system, I think? Are we gonna have to?
So you will eventually reach a point where you do not have enough storage. So in our model, we can model the tanks with the pumps running. And as long as we're, you know, able to fluctuate those tanks without slowly running out, then you'll be okay. Now, if you add a bunch of houses during peak demand, your tanks will drain too fast and you will lose pressures. So that would be your limiting factor, is your
And what would
storage.
be the solution to that? Because your developer is gonna come in there, he's gonna push the,
So when, I know y'all are pursuing that water well, that's gonna add a lot more pumping capacity to help
Yeah.
fill the existing tank. It still
Okay.
doesn't help that you have an elevated storage insufficiency. However, you'll be able to fill it still and utilize it.
okay. So it's somewhere down the road then, we're gonna have to put an elevated storage tank to accommodate
That would be my
any
recommendation.
increase in housing
Yeah.
out in that.
The well would obviously be priority 1 on storage and pumping capacity requirements, and then phase 2 down the road, definitely. This is a huge pressure plane that could have tons of development, so you could, you know, really fix this whole pressure plane with one large tank site, you know,
Okay.
once you have the pumping capacity in place.
Okay.
Mr. Wiggins?
Are you talking, when you talking about this new storage tank, are you talking about the new well, if we get the new well?
Assuming you get the new well, that's not gonna
Right.
come with an elevated tank. That's gonna pump
Right.
into the distribution system and currently fill the Ford tank that's already in service.
Right.
And so,
But between now and then, if we got an elevated tank, is what you're saying?
well, not between now and then. I would get the well first.
Get the well is the most important.
Yes. And then
Yes.
down the road, as more developments come in, then at that point, you would need an elevated storage tank.
Even though the line size may accommodate the developers, I'll say, however, if we don't have the pressure or the water to get to there,
Yeah.
then we'll still be out of compliance and we
Correct.
won't be
And
able to
storage-
furnish them.
Storage is important because say you have a snowstorm come through like y'all had a few years ago and all your power goes out. You know, if you don't have generators to cut those pump stations on, you're relying on that tank to provide water. So the more people you have on a tank that's undersized, the least amount of time you're gonna have to utilize the water that's in that tank.
Okay, so kind of to make it simple and easy is maybe if y'all could tell us, and it might not be as simple as stated, but maybe y'all could tell us, okay, you can add X number of more meters before you're gonna need that new well. Is that?
According to storage, you can't allow meters. That's where you're out of
Okay.
compliance. But with the stipulation that if you have over 1,000 gallons per minute of pumping capacity, you can allow it. So when you take your pumping capacity and you divide it, you've got to have 2 gallons per minute per meter of pumping capacity, unless you have over 1,000 gallons per minute. So it's kind of it's really an engineering decision. So we could come up with something like that, but what it's really going to boil down to is, do you have enough pumping capacity to meet peak demand?
Yeah, I'm just thinking in the future, we need to kind of know now, okay, we've upsized these lines, and that's gonna solve some issues.
Yep.
But if we don't increase our storage capacity, I'll say, then that's gonna create issues.
But we need the well first, I think, is it?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, it sounds like we bettered ourselves by increasing the lines, which will increase meters capacity, but there is only a limit of so many. We can't just add 1,000 more meters out there, and with the current wells and storage that we have now.
Correct.
Okay. And in order to do that, it would need to coincide with the new well. Basically, we just need that new well.
Correct. So right
Sum it
now,
up.
when we're running the model and we're looking at a development or a new meter that comes on, we're going to add that meter into our model, or meters, depending on if it's a development. And what I like to watch is, assuming the pressures are good, which they should be with this new line we have in. Obviously, if they're wanting a whole bunch of meters, then you may have areas that need upgrades. But what I'll look at is the tank, watch it fluctuate. And as long as it is going to the level where, the pumps are supposed to kick on and it fills back up and goes down and fills back up, and it never can't keep up, then I would be willing to allow meters. But you're gonna hit a point where you need an elevated storage tank in the future. When that new well comes on, it will open up a lot more meters. But there's also a lot of room for development, so that's where the tank would be very beneficial.
It sounds like if I'm hearing you right, you're saying we need an elevated tank and that well.
Yeah, well first.
Well,
and then
first,
as
I got
developments
that,
come
but
in-
also
Yeah,
elevated tank.
yeah, it may be 5 years, it may be 10 years down the road.
Right. Okay. Got it.
Okay.
That's all the questions I have. Anybody else have anything they want to discuss about it?
Answered mine.
I think that has done it, sir.
All right,
Appreciate you.
Yes, thank you.
Yep. And always feel free to call me, email me, anything, so.
Or
Yes,
drop
sir.
by.
All right,
I don't think so. Mayor, council, I just wanted to give you all an update. We do have executive session set up tonight for discussion on the legal aspects of potentially removing this moratorium. So we've got some more discussion coming up for that. So if you want to delay any action that's going to be on the agenda for the actual council session, we can do that until after that executive session.
okay,
So
sure.
just a point on that. All right.
Okay, I gotta pick If you have any questions for me, get them out now.
Well, we'll get it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Development discussion, number 4 at 102 4th Street. Monique Mosier. Council to hear comments from Monique regarding the building location at 102 4th Street, also known as Old Blacksmith Shop. Discussions on possibility of renovation and or redevelopment of vacant property. Yes, ma'am.
Hi there.
Hi.
First of all, congratulations to all of you after the election, and thank you for your service and sharing all your knowledge and your wisdom. The county, Eddy wouldn't be the same without you, so thank you very much. So you all know where the blacksmith building is,
Yes, ma'am.
and it's just been used for storage all these years since it wasn't a blacksmith building. But first of all, we can't really move forward with anything until it's approved to have the water meter. And I'm not sure where we're at on that. It was on the waiting list last I heard. So do we know, Ken?
For a water meter?
Mhm.
Is that what the case was? For a water meter, ma'am?
Right, it was within the area to get sewage,
Oh, sewer, okay.
sewer, but then there was a question of whether you had it on the docket or not.
Yes, so same status as the last time we talked on that one. The change order request has been placed in there, but it has not been officially approved yet.
Okay, well, it's downtown Eddy. Everything else down there is set up to have sewer. And we had discussed earlier, like, all the different options, what we could do in that building. So as we discussed, previous to all the new sewage going in, we had assumed that that building was gonna be included in that plan. We can't have a conversation of what the city might like for economic growth there if we can't have sewage, because we can't have a restaurant there, we can't have a business there, can't have anything if it's not,
So sewer
If it's
will
not
be in
listed.
this area, yes, ma'am. Now, the question at hand is whether or not that change order is gonna be approved to give you a no-cost sewer connection, because we were shuffling around some of the connections that weren't being utilized for other buildings and moving that to this one. So that is the plan, to give you that no-cost connection there, but regardless, even if that isn't the case, then the developer, you would just have to pay for that tap-in, but it will be available there for you.
okay, so, next question is, what would the city council consider, something that would, what do you think would be good there? What would you like to see there?
What's your ideals, what you thinking about putting there? What were some of your ideals?
Well, I would like to know what your ideas are, what you would accept there. I mean, I've had people in the city say a billiards place. I've had somebody say a beer barn, a drive-through beer barn. I've had a window place say, I'd just like to have this as my window shop and keep windows in here as more like a storage, but also have a office in here. It could be a drive-through Mexican food restaurant. It could be, it's located right off of 35, so it has access along the side of the building to come along the side. That's an old picture. There's a green shed that's right there that was not ours. Somebody was just putting it there for temporarily, so that's gone. But in that picture, I'm trying to identify this, but I think that 35 is off to the right of that picture. So you can come down the frontage road and come alongside of that, where that green shed is that's not there now. Everybody uses that lot just to park at Taylor Hall, but come through the side there like it's a drive-through, and then come back onto 4th Street, and then get onto the frontage road and back onto the highway. So it would be a good drive-through type place.
Would it be big enough for like a laundromat? Is it big enough for like a laundromat or something to benefit the
About
city?
2,000
or-
square feet, so yes, it would be.
I mean, just throwing it out there, something that might benefit the citizens.
An Amazon drop-off place, or a postal package, FedEx and UPS.
Something that would really benefit the community.
What do you
Like
think would,
that,
like, you think a recreation place for kids, or a farmer's market, or do you have any ideas at all what might be something? Thinking about economic growth, from my mind, like, how can it benefit the city economically?
Yeah, right, true.
I don't think it would make very much money for the city being a laundromat. I know that those UPS, FedEx places make quite a bit of money per year. I mean, they're usually around $1 million a year, those FedEx, UPS.
Yeah, you'd have to make enough. to pay for your
Establishments.
taxes.
I mean, there's obviously multiple in Temple and multiple in Waco, so, but it could be a drive-through kind of
Yeah.
situation where somebody's dropping off
Yeah. But right now, you're
a
just wanting to
package
know
and
if you
keep
can
on
get.
going.
Yeah. Right now, you're just kind of wanting to know if you can get sewer to that building. And the answer to that is yes, whether it's a free hookup or whether you have to pay for it, you can still get sewer to that building, if you get the water meter, correct?
Just before we go out and start asking people, you know, would you be, I don't even know if liquor can be sold in Bruceville-Eddy. I know beer and wine can be sold, but I've called TABC and they said there's some wet areas and some dry areas in McLennan County. And they said you have to go through an election process to approve alcohol, but maybe beer and wine has already been approved in Bruceville-Eddy and liquor has not.
So,
Our liquor store, well, you mean sold by the drink? You sell.
And there's different licenses, like
You're talking liquor
Package
store
sales?
or by the?
on-premise or off-premise.
Package
So-
sales?
You talking about package sales or individual sale, like a drink? Go and sit down and have a drink? Or are you talking about buying it like a liquor store? Because we already have a liquor store inside the city limits.
That's in Falls County though, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
they annexed into us.
Mhm.
So what does that mean, that they annexed into you? Does that mean that they're part of McLennan County and so then anybody else is allowed to have a liquor store also?
They're part of
Thank-
the city, inside the city limits now.
The city.
So
Okay,
it's in the city.
Pam,
Pam, you have a question?
They're in Falls County, which Falls County has quit. So
yeah,
you would have to figure out what McLennan County would, what you have to do there, because that's a different story. I know we sell beer and wine here local, but I don't know about the liquor in McLennan County.
so the city of Bruceville-Eddy does control this through zoning. TABC is gonna be the licensee for any sales, and they do have several different tiers for the license. But you'd really have to figure out what kind of business model you wanna have at that facility in order to obtain the license.
Right.
As far as the businesses on this specific property and zoning is concerned, we really need to know, you know, council, what would you like to see here? Because that's gonna be dependent upon how this could affect either whether a certain business is allowed by right, or whether it's gonna need a conditional use permit for a request to come back before y'all.
Well, we already have a liquor store, and we already have beer and wine being sold at the dollar store. There will be beer and wine being sold at the new travel center, and if the
The
Cefco
restaurant?
and the restaurants, so I just really don't think we need another place selling that. In as small a community as we are,
Mhm.
that's a lot of alcohol.
Mr. Wiggins?
Ricky beat me up, so.
yeah. You know, I like the idea that you had about some type of rec hall, you
For
called it,
kids.
you know, for kids. I think that would be good, you know, if they had something where they could go in there and play games and eat, you know, have food. I think that would be
Yep.
a good deal. And that's something we really don't have at all, so I think it would really be a
Something
good
kinda
calling
like,
card for you.
Paparolos, you know, how they have pizza and they have game room and something like that, I think kids would really
Right.
enjoy, a pizza place.
One of the things that I hear,
I wouldn't be opening up the business myself.
yeah,
I would be soliciting other businesses to find out whether they would be interested. And I just want to know what you would be interested in first before I start soliciting all these different businesses. If I go to a liquor store, they're going to say, yes, I would like to do a drive-through bar.
Why-
I already know that. I already know that there's people that are interested in that. Even the liquor store that you already have might want to have a second location. So,
I don't know if we're large
so,
enough for
I'm
all the
not, I'm not saying, I'm not
alcohol.
saying that that's what I'm wishing for. I'm asking, what are you wishing for the economic growth?
So what would you like?
A
Okay.
rec hall would be maybe good for kids. I don't know how many kids, with the population, the demographics are here, and, how many would go there for video games when they already have video games in their house and on their phones, and,
You'd be surprised how many kids are gonna get away from their
I
home.
think when I talk to people about businesses coming into the community here, what they're looking at, a lot of them, is, we travel to Temple, we travel to Hewitt and Lorena for most of the businesses that we want. And people are saying, we want that kind of business here, so I'm not traveling all the way. With a travel center means that we don't have to travel all the way to Hewitt or to Lorena for gas. We're gonna be able to get it locally. So what are people are gonna use here if you could get a pharmacy to go in there? You're gonna build a building and put a pharmacy in there. We don't have to drive all the way to Walmart to get our medication. But you've got a lot of people in town here that are using a lot of medications. It's an older population in many areas, okay? So that would be something I think that people would be interested in bringing in here. So something that's going to satisfy what we're going elsewhere to get and bring in here, that's what I'd be looking at. You know, liquor stores, we don't have to drive very far, it's right on the other side of the freeway. But a CVS or something like that, and I'm just using that as an example, but a CVS, I gotta go to Temple or to something like that. So that might be something that would be considered for the community here to provide something I don't have to drive for. There are a lot of other things that as you canvass the people, that they're driving for, and they'd like to do it locally.
good suggestion, thanks.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Or like, a credit union or a bank of some kind would be great. So people aren't having to drive long distances just to do a little bit of, banking, with a drive-through. Would be
Yeah.
nice, something like that.
Okay.
I'm trying to think what else I have to go out of town to get. A grocery store, a small little supermarket that has produce, and it doesn't have to be big, but, some little grocery store like something.
I think the volume has to be
Clothing?
so big for a grocery store that they used to have a meat market over there next to the Family Dollar, and they didn't do so well because people just would rather drive a little bit further and get cheaper prices for their groceries. When you get one of those mom pop kind of a grocery store, they have to by necessity, it's just necessary for them to charge more for their goods, and then
Auto parts store. I've heard people, man, I gotta drive to Hewitt, I gotta drive to Temple to get auto parts, AutoZone, oil changing. Somewhere to get the full service oil change, like what you get in Hewitt and Temple, you have a drive-through lanes, and that would be wonderful.
okay. Any
Anybody
other
else?
ideas?
I was just gonna
If you
throw out,
have
do you think there'd
any.
be any synergy between this business, this potential business and the senior center, or, Any potential shared uses?
I don't, you would have to talk to Herma about that. I know if it's anything drive-through, she's not gonna like it. She's gonna complain about that because of the traffic that's gonna have to come through that area where people park to come into the senior center.
But she's only open 3 days a week, so,
Right. Well, I mean, she'll have to adjust.
yeah, she'd have to adjust.
Because it's your
It's
property.
her property.
I mean, it's really not a parking lot.
Right.
It can be a parking lot
Right.
also, and the
That's
drive-through
where a
can
lot of her
be.
customers park
Yeah.
in there, so they'll have to find another
Yeah.
place to
So
park.
you will hear from her, but, you know,
That's-
she'll have to adjust.
Yeah, you will.
Well, the gallery also will want to continue using that space for parking, so it's not like we're gonna make that something that you can't use it as parking. And it needs to remain parking so that people can come in the back door of the gallery, because there's no parking for the gallery either.
Mhm.
Right.
Right.
You know
the
where I'm
front.
talking
Yes,
about,
yes,
those three buildings.
yes.
So any of those suggestions probably would work for that historical building too.
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
So we're kind of toying with offering that for weddings and venues and like Christmas parties and things like that, but we've been a little bit timid
Yeah,
about it
the
'cause
community center would be great.
yeah, we just didn't want to push forward too fast when we didn't exactly understand the sewage, and if a wedding was going in there and then all of a sudden the whole back area is, you know, muddy and the sewer's like right there that week, just the company, so we were just kind of timidly thinking about that, not wanting to mess up somebody's ceremony.
Right, for a wedding or something.
There's not any parking except for that parking lot right there for that kind of
True.
situation. So, anyway, Herman doesn't have to worry, because that's kind of, whatever, put aside in our minds for parking anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it could be, there's enough room for parking and for a drive-through
I think so.
along that building,
Yeah.
along that building side.
Yeah.
So pharmacy and auto parts,
Credit union,
credit union,
the
maybe a rec
UPS
hall,
or FedEx, that's
maybe a
good.
pizza rec hall kind of place.
Pizza rec hall, Mexican food. Everybody has wanted a Mexican food
But a
place.
little community center would be good to have people get, I mean, all kinds of stuff, quinceañeras, weddings.
We just, frankly,
dinners,
my,
cater it to dinner.
my parents would like to be able to pay for the property tax. So, as there's, I'm supposing that as sewer comes in, the property tax will go up, and they need to rent it out, you
Sure.
know, and, at least be able to pay some bare costs of having the buildings, so.
And I would
Thank
also
you.
just mention that Mr. Weaver, who owns Eagles Landing, is also the president of the EDC, and he did come up with a few goals on recruitment of businesses at the last meeting we had. And among those businesses were banking institutions, healthcare, and Pam, can you help me out with the last one? And a grocery store. So just something to keep in mind. Those are the ones he's gonna be trying to go after and bring to Eddy.
Okay, awesome, thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 5, building proposal, Friendly Oaks, well site, Old Bethany Road. Council discuss, consider, and probably submit by S2S construction for the creation of an overlay building enclosure for the Friendly Oaks well site location on Old Bethany Road. Technical discussion on methods to properly protect newly installed electrical equipment.
Mayor, council, this is something we've been racking our heads around with the installation of the variable frequency drive that we've established out there at the Friendly Oaks well site. So we got S2S Construction, who recently did the pole barn over at the Public Works facility, to come up with a proposal to help us climate control those pieces of equipment out there. So this building would be an overlay building. It's gonna essentially go over the current building, and we have an old fiberglass tank that's covering up some of the booster pumps out there. And it would allow us to air condition and heat all of our components in there. So if you're not aware, those variable frequency drives, those electronics, they create a lot of heat, and in the summertime, that's just even compounded even further. And in order for those electronics to work, just like any electronic, it needs to be cooled to prevent overheating, and they need to be online to prevent our motor that's down in the hole from overheating or having an electrical issue. So this would be a metal building with spray foam insulation. We could put the booster pumps inside the structure. We'd remove that fiberglass tank building. The current concrete walls that are in place for this existing building would remain in place, and then the existing roof would be removed. So these would just be internal walls. That way we don't have to rework any of our electrical panels or anything like that. We could potentially do that down the road if we need to. I did mention that one. There would be a slab foundation that would be placed around to expand this building a little bit further. And then we would also have a dedicated room for our chlorine bottles and our liquid ammonia, which is a TCEQ requirement. We are supposed to have a lot of that stuff out of the sun. So here's just an overview of the site and where that building would potentially go. You can see there that it's covering up the existing building and the tank, but it would also be in between our two hydro-pneumatic tanks.
What size building?
So I got that one here in just a minute, I think. Or, I'm sorry, it might be in the agenda there. So this is a current picture of our VFD. You can see that it's completely exposed to the elements. When that sun's hitting out there, Johnny, what do you think? 120 degrees or something like that? It's pretty hot. So we also discussed maybe just putting an awning over this, but if we're really looking at the holistic picture here, you can see off to the side that porta-john building. It's essentially a glorified porta-john that's currently storing our chemicals in there. So this would get us away from that system. We could isolate all that and really just upgrade the site. You can see the building over here in this picture a little bit better. And we have expanded that fence out there, so we do have a little bit more of a footprint to work with and potentially upgrade this building. So this would include a roll-up door for servicing of equipment. Sometimes we have to get the winches in there to pull off the pumps. And this would also allow us to get in there and work on that VFD equipment should there ever be any issues or upgrades we need to do in the future. Gene did mention that our public works crews could potentially remove that old tank for cost savings. You see that in the bid. That'd take off about $1,500, I believe. We do need to probably re-review the AC equipment that's being recommended. Right now, it's just your traditional 2-ton unit. We might want to look at like a ductless Fujitsu or maybe a window unit. That might be able to get the job done. What we don't want to have happen is for us to put additional equipment out there that's going to continue to pull a demand on the electrical grid out there, and that mess up our well or our boosters. So that's something we want to consider. The good thing is we have time. You know, we're getting into the winter months. We have some time to work towards the summer as we find a solution for this. And then the contractor also mentioned that he did adjust that bid that was provided in your packet. He adjusted the cost for the tank removal by subtraction of $1,500, and then the roof removal by $500. So the new total there would be $44,800. This isn't something we specifically budgeted for in 24-25. However, we did bump up some of the line items in the water fund to cover costs such as these. So I'm proposing a use out of this one out of 50,00682. That's the comprehensive water projects we would be pulling from our fund balance to do a project such as this. So my recommendation tonight is just consider some of the solutions, kick this around with us. If this sounds like it's good to go, we do have this mirrored on the official agenda, so y'all can take action on that. Again, we have some time to discuss this and go back to the drawing board if we need to do so.
Okay. Any questions at this time, or y'all want to just wait till discussion? Okay, Mr. Wiggins?
Okay, is it gonna be any issue, because you pointed out that porta-john, I'll call it, and we kept chemicals in there, right? Okay. Now, they don't have to be kept apart from, in other words, once we enclose that, our chemicals will be in there, will it be a certain,
There should be
I'll say a closet more or less, or something in there that'll separate our chemical, that you could be locked up?
Well, it doesn't, the building is locked up anyway.
No,
But
I understand.
the chlorine has to be separate from the ammonia storage. So there will be where the porta potty is where we got a chlorine bottle right now on the scale. And it's feeding chlorine to the system. That would be an enclosed little room right there with a walk-in door. That's right, Kent?
That's correct. And
Right.
Mr. Strickland did propose that we wall that off,
Right.
sheet rock it, seal it all up. That way it's completely separate from the other portion of the building.
Correct.
Okay, and that was in his plans to do that?
Yes.
Okay. How long did you think this project could take?
He mentioned that it would take a few weeks, probably looking at a month or so.
Okay. And what was you saying about the air conditioning? We might readjust it or something,
Well, what I'd like to do is before we officially proceed, if this is something council wants to move forward with, I just want to double check with our electrical engineer on the job and let him know, this is what we're proposing to put on the site. Do you see any issues with us doing that and our motor's functionality? Because the intent on this is to protect our well. That's what all this is for.
Right.
And so we would hate to trip over our own feet by adding more equipment that's gonna cause us electrical failures and more expensive well repairs. Does that make sense? So there's other options for AC. We could do a couple window units, if that's gonna be a less electrical demand. We could do one of those ductless mini systems where you have, you know, you hang it on the wall.
Heat and air, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Right now, we have a little window, 110 window unit in the pump house.
Will this all be sent out for bids, or are y'all just deciding to do one person?
So at this price, you don't technically have to go to bid. The $50,000 is the threshold for that. That doesn't mean that you can't go out to bid. We could certainly put this out to bid.
But you say it was, how many feet, 600
It's 638
square feet?
square feet.
It seems high to me, but that's including concrete, so.
That would include, yes ma'am, concrete, that's AC, that's removal of existing structures.
Because just the air conditioning alone, if you look at the bid, is $5,500
Yeah, that's a lot.
per
If you have a unit.
650 square foot.
And the main thing is you gotta make sure you get an air conditioner that'll cool that VFD. Just with it running in the shade, it produces a lot of heat,
Right.
so.
Does that include like insulation and all that stuff?
Yes ma'am, it'd be spray foam insulation and it has a high R
In that
value on
price?
it. Yes ma'am.
Okay, then, okay, yeah. All right, sorry.
So the
Yes, I should.
official quote on here has cement for $10,000, metal $8,600, metal labor $5,000, AC $5,500, spray foam $4,200, remove existing tank $3,500, remove existing roof $2,000, roll up door $2,100, contractor's fee $4,000, sheet rock tape and float $1,000, and then the walk-through door $400, and that's gonna be what's gonna be going
And the
to,
drainage,
that's ×2, I believe,
yeah. Okay, yeah.
and then drainage as well.
Okay, yeah, that sounds better.
This AC, that's central air, that is 5,500.
This would be a proposal for some sort of central air solution with ducts and, you know, 1 ton, 2 ton unit, something like that.
I mean, that building is 22 foot wide, 29 length.
That's 638 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good sized building.
I mean, that's,
This wouldn't be quite as nice as, say, our old Bethany pump station or our Talbot well location. Those are brand new, built from scratch. This is really just trying to solve a problem. This is just a solution. And it's gonna give us some wiggle room. It's gonna put the guys in shade. The booster pumps, which are currently exposed to the elements, would be inside and climate controlled as well. And, you know, if we have enough room in there, we could potentially use that for some storage on the northern portion of our water system too. With that roll-up door, you could throw a few pieces of lawn care equipment or something like that up there, some parts. You could potentially store some parts up there. I don't know how much actual wiggle room we'll have in that building until it's up, but.
Okay, all right. Any other questions?
I think we probably need to get with our engineer and let's check on that air conditioning and see about the electrical. You know, if it's gonna, we're gonna have enough electricity out there to run that thing and everything else too.
That's pretty important that they've got listed. Seems expensive.
I can certainly do that. Everybody okay with that approach?
Yes.
I'll reach out to them and get the specs and send that over to the electrical engineer for review.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you.
All right. Number 6, discussion of employee benefits. Council to discuss and consider changes to employee health, dental, and vision benefit plans, including possible changes to contribution to levels of both the city and or the employee. Okay, Mr. Wiggins, is that
Okay.
one of yours?
I've got you want me to go ahead and go into
Yes,
my bill real
yeah,
quick,
go
sir?
ahead.
Sure.
No, you go.
Mayor, council, this was a council member requested item here, so we've done some research over the last couple months, and we wanted to bring you as much information as possible as y'all consider this. So everybody knows health insurance costs continue to rise across the nation. In 2023 alone, our renewal saw a 25% increase. So staff at that time researched some of the alternative plans that were offered through Texas Health Benefits Pool, HMOs, HSAs. There's really no options available to smaller cities for us to choose from. We really just had a PPO, and it was the only variations that we could play around with were the deductibles and maximum out-of-pockets. Private group plans, they were not researched anytime recently, but based off the last time we went out to quotes for this, it was just way out of the question for us to do this privately. Council did make the difficult decision last year to choose a plan with higher deductibles and higher out-of-pocket maximum for employees, but they still maintain that long existing policy of paying the full premium cost for all of our employees and 50% for the dependents. So here's an overview of some of the research we performed over the last couple months, thanks to the City of Lorena and several others who helped contribute to this. So the current offerings from Bruceville-Eddy for our benefits package are up here at the top. We have 100% employee health and dental coverage, 50% dependent health coverage. That doesn't include dental, but the dependents can choose that as an option to add on. Vision is also available at full cost to employees and dependents. We do have life insurance available as well for purchase. TMRS, that's that retirement plan, that's 1.1, that's 1.5 to 1 matching ratio, eligibility after 20 years, and then council, y'all did elect to go to that 30% COLA recently. Leave is vacation. You got a standard set of days based off of how long you've been here, personal day, sick, and holidays. So you can see here that amongst the comparable cities that were polled, Bruceville-Eddy is really just next to Schulenburg as far as offering dependent coverage. Most of the other cities just cover the employee. And then over here in the city of Moody, there is a $450 maximum for each employee. Of course, a lot of the other cities do offer some more benefits for vision at cost, short-term disability, long-term disability, and accidental death and dismemberment. So here's some other items just for you to consider as you start your discussion here. We're going to continue to see the rises in health insurance premiums. That's not going away. It has started to slow down slightly from years past. We did investigate whether or not we could potentially offer some of these plans in a different fashion to new hires, kind of a grandfathering of the current employees. And our legal team really cautioned us on doing that. There's these non-discriminatory benefit offering rules, gotta be able to offer everything the same to everybody. And then, just to cap that off, Texas Health Benefits came back and said, well, city your size, you have to pick one plan, and that's the plan that you have to offer to everybody. So that kind of rained on that parade. And then I'll just, mention to you, employee benefit offerings are a vital retention and attraction tool for skilled workforce. We have several employees that work specifically just for the insurance offerings that you provide. So here's a summary. Bruceville-Eddy stands above its peers in fringe benefit offerings to employees. We're not currently in a fiscal position that requires us to make a significant change to these offerings. But you should just keep in mind, we do have plenty of time to, just keep in mind that we do spend plenty of time educating our employees on some of the perks of their benefits. We include this in our staff meetings. These are some of the perks that are incentives to help lower the plan costs overall. But I think in general, we probably do need to do a better job of highlighting the benefits that the city offers to our current employees and also to prospective employees.
Some more discussion? Okay, Mr. Wiggins?
Yes. Well, as y'all seen there, out of 10 cities, only one paid anything on dependents. One. And we can throw another city in there, because McGregor only pays 100% for the employee only. No dental. They have to pay their own dental. We pay dental for the employees too. I just, if we look at the figures, so what it cost us for health and dental is nearly $173,000 a year for health and dental is what it cost us. And if we just did employee, and according to Esther reached out and found out that you have to, the employer, the city, has to require that they pay 60% employee contribution. So she said that would, the minimum amount that the city would have to pay would be $379.50 for the employee only. And as you see there, Moody pays $450 for just an employee, nothing for no dependents. And so I think that we need to make some adjustments. And, like the dental, I'll say, that's about $6,000 a year right there that it costs the city. And if we made an adjustment if we left the employee, paid 100% of the employee, and instead of paying 50%, only pay 40%, that would save us right at $6,000.
A year?
Yes.
That's it.
Right, yeah, that's it. Yeah, I mean, you look at it and 6,000 will pay for some things here, but, what we have to,
Yeah, go ahead, Gene.
what we have to remember here, this is the city's money. It's not your money, it's not my money personally. We're here to be good stewards of it, and as you can see, all these other cities up here they're held accountable too, so.
All right, Gene.
Anyway,
So what is it gonna cost me for having my wife on the insurance? How much is that gonna go up for me?
Gene, this is council's discussion right now, and they haven't made any decisions, so.
Well, no, I'm just asking the question
Sure.
because it's gonna affect us in the long run.
But we don't know that information until council makes some decisions.
Well, I don't need them making a decision without getting input from the employees. I've got one guy that has his kids and wife on there. And if that insurance is outrageous, then we're gonna lose a good employee that we can't afford to lose.
Mhm.
That's my issue.
Okay,
Yeah.
Linda, yes, me, okay. I am for the workers, the employees, trust me. And for what the city of Bruceville-Eddy pays per hour to these employees, I see nothing wrong with us doing 100% employee for the employees and 50 cents for the dependents. Because as we have some employees that are on there that, like one employee, by the time, if we raised it or took away, 10% more for the dependents, he might be taking home $300 a pay period. That's every 2 weeks. That's $150 a week. They don't even buy groceries. But what I'm saying is, I feel like what we're doing, this is an incentive to get employees to come in here to apply for these jobs. If we paid what some of these other people pay per hour to keep their employees and to hire employees, then we could break down. Say we pay $6,000 a year, you divide that by 12, okay, that's what? $3,000 every 6 months, $1,500 every 3 months, $500 a month, okay, that we're saving for the employee. And if they have to go out and pay for their insurance and stuff like that, it's just hard. They can't do it, and it's just, I'm for the employees. I think for the workers and for the city employees, I don't see why we should try to raise their insurance or make them pay more money unless we're interested in paying more salary, and I know salary is a big thing too, because every year they get that huge cost of living of 3% or 4% or whatever it is, but that don't pay for insurance. And this is my personal opinion. I'm for the employees. I don't think it should be raised. I really don't. These big companies, yeah, some of them can do this. Some cities are a lot worse off than we are, so they, don't have 2 or 3, they don't, employees, they don't. Our guys work their tails off, and so does the city inside the office. I have seen these guys, they work hard every day to try to make sure that our city is run smoothly, and and working all hours of the night and stuff like that. So I don't see any reason why we should cut their insurance. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox, and Mr. McGruer.
Okay, I have my own soapbox.
Okay.
When you look at the benefits and adding or subtracting benefits, one of the considerations something we have to take in consideration, we're struggling to get people to look at Bruceville-Eddy for employment, okay? We're down a community services officer, or whatever we want to call them now, the dog catcher. But, okay, we're down that. We can't get anybody to even look in our direction. We're down a police officer. Police officers are hard to hire in most police departments. You look at Waco is down over 200 officers, okay? Austin is down almost 700 officers, okay? Then they can pay these benefits, and we're gonna offer somebody less pay and less benefits. When you start doing that, those departments up there, it's the same academy when they come out of the academy. They got the same training as anybody else, so they're applying for these jobs, and they're taking them because the benefits are there. And so, as much as we are down staff, we can't afford to turn around and make it unfavorable for somebody to come here. You've got to be either, you give them money or you give them benefits. Most people look at money and benefits together, because especially if you're bringing families here to work, they're thinking about their family. Yes, I'd like to make more money, but if my child gets sick or my wife gets sick or something like that, I need the benefits to cover that, because all that money that I'm making is to go into that inexpensive dentist, doctor, or optometrist, okay? So these are major concerns when we start looking at what are we going to give our employees? You give them cash or you give them benefits? And what are they looking at when they do that? I'll get off my horse.
Anybody else?
Cecil, I thought Cecil had his hand
No,
up.
he said basically what I
What were
wanted
you
to
just
say.
gonna say? So you agree with that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
He did good.
Okay.
yeah,
Yes, Mr.
Yeah.
Wiggins?
again, we're not taking, I'm saying, keep the employee at 100%. Add 10 more, in other words, the employee, instead of the city paying 50%, maybe pay 40%. That way the employee their dependents are still covered. All these other cities up here, you know, and they got a lot more money than we've got. They don't pay for their dependents. That's just the way it is.
Right.
You know, I mean, I wish we could afford to pay 100% for the dependents and we could pay everybody $20 an hour, but we can't. You know, we can only do so much with what we have to work with. And it's not gonna be, you say 10%, 10% is not gonna be that much. It's what it's gonna cost them, you know. You know, initially, I don't care if, at one time when I worked, I didn't have to pay for anything, health insurance wise. But then they changed it. Said, no, you're gonna have to pay, and you're gonna have to pay some for you and your dependents. So we just had to. Initially, it was hard pill to swallow, but then it's just like, okay, we're gonna have to do it, you know. Somebody's gotta pay, and I gotta be a part of that, pay a little bit of my share. So that's all I'm saying. I mean, no, is it popular? No, it's not gonna be popular. But, you know, sometimes unfortunately, we up here have to make unpopular decisions because it has to do with all these people out here's money. We're stewards of their money. And you know, we do get some people, we can say, well, we don't get people come here and won't come here, we can't get them, the police to come here and apply for a job or something, because we don't pay much. Well, there's other cities that pay a lot more than we do that can't get them to come either. I don't know why. Maybe just nobody wants to be a police officer and put their life on their line every day. Maybe. I don't know what that answer is. And, you know, again, I just don't think that we're unjustly misusing or mistreating our employees. You know, and I know they all work hard and appreciate every one of them. And they're all good employees for the most part. But anyway, all I think is let's let them pay a little bit more on the dependents, you know. And how many employees is that going to affect? Well, you know what? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. According to paperwork I have, 5 employees that have dependents on there. So it's going to affect those 5. Yes. The others it won't. Anyway, that's all. Thank you.
My soapbox thing again is, we go to these other cities and look at their turnaround for employees, the ones that don't get benefits. They don't keep employees a long time if they don't have benefits to give their employees. Our employees are they've been here for a long time. We've got one new one, but he's been here for a while. But the ones that we have that has employees, that's why they're here, and that's why they're still here, is because of the benefits that their dependents are getting, their wives, their kids. And it's, you know, if we start cutting, making them have to pay, so I mean, I know 10%, say $5,000 a child a year is what you pay for medical. 5%, 10% of that's only $500. Right, but when you got 3 or 4 kids, $500 adds up, especially if it's taking it out of their household stuff and things like that. That's, you know, it hurts them, and they will go elsewhere, and I hate to see that happen, because we got a bunch of good guys that work good together, and I just hate to lose anybody over a 10%, you know, for the city to get more money. Yes, ma'am, I'll yes,
Maybe
ma'am.
it'd be interesting to find out of the 5 they're using it for the dependents, maybe those spouses have their own health insurance. I mean, you could figure out that too, like, are they actually using it, and maybe have 2 different plans.
Yes, ma'am.
Like, some of the employees say, okay, you know, you get 40% for your dependent health care, and have a different plan where they get 50%.
Sure, yes, ma'am.
Healthcare, maybe they have 2 different plans.
I think
but
out of the
there might
5,
be a
yes,
possibility
ma'am.
that those, they're not even using it because the
Yeah.
spouse.
Yeah, I think out of 5, we only have 3 of the spouses that work. So they wouldn't, only 2 of them might have insurance offered to them at their job, but I'm not for sure about that. That would be something we'd have to check on, like you said. Yes, ma'am.
It might be kind of wasted, right? Like, if they're not really using it because the spouse is using hers or his healthcare coverage and not even part of that, it might be something good to look into.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for your opinion. All right. Anybody else have anything they want to say?
I want
Mr.
to say
Griffin?
one, I would just hate to see us lose one employee because we wouldn't pay 10%.
That's right. I
Mhm.
agree.
Yeah.
Amen.
Another,
Yes,
I
Mr.
another,
Wiggins.
I understand where you're coming from.
yeah, but, I mean, the thing I look at there, Cecil, is, okay, let's say that employee says, you're going up 10%, you're increasing my part 10%, okay? For the paying for my dependents.
I understand.
Now, I'm gonna quit here and I'm gonna go work over here where they don't pay nothing for my dependents. You kinda cut your nose off, spite your face there,
Yeah.
but they'll pay 100% for mine. Well, we're paying 100% for yours here. All we're asking is maybe 10% more for the, like I said, it's not popular, but, I wish we could do like Linda said, let's pay for everybody, we'll just go out here and give us all kinds of money, we'll just pass it out. But we can't do that.
I'm just looking at it this way. If we're asking for 10% this year, what, we're gonna ask for 10% more in 2 years? Or another year? Are we gonna, that's what I'm looking at. Are we gonna look at it next year and go, oh, well, we just need to cut this 10% more? We
Yeah.
need to, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, I think it should.
No, I
stay.
understand what you're saying,
I think
get your
it should
foot in the
stay as
door,
it
but
is.
no, first thing we need to do is,
Well,
is-
it's not gonna be a
is,
vote for the
yeah,
bottom line.
no, that's right.
You
Well,
know,
all I'm saying
Y'all don't
is,
have to do that.
out of all these other cities,
Mhm.
let's, to me, let's compare to other cities and see what they do. Because here's the thing. Some of our employees or some other ones, they'll sure go out there and tell you how much this other city pays. Boy, I'm underpaid, I can go to work over here and make more money. But what they don't say is, well, they don't pay no health insurance for my dependents. No, they're not gonna say that.
I'm
So,
gonna say one more
Okay,
thing.
yes, sir.
Hang on. When we get the sewer and get the growing, we won't have to worry about that 10%.
That's right.
I hope that's right, but I mean, here's what I can say to that is, it's really gonna be people hollering once they get that first sewer bill too.
Yeah,
And they're
that's
gonna
true.
want, you lower mine, and let's don't worry about giving more benefits, let's give more benefits to these people out here that's paying everything. Yeah, I don't know, like I said, it's a double-edged sword, it's not a popular subject to talk about,
Yeah.
but it's something that, I think needs to be discussed anyway. And get everybody's input and go from there, and that's all we can do.
It's all.
Yep, that's it. It's gonna be up to the council, and it takes at least 3 people to vote, for it to take effect.
And council, you can continue your discussion here in the workshop. We've got about 20 more minutes. We
Take a
also
break.
have this agenda item mirrored on the regular agenda in case y'all want to take any formal action or continue the discussion.
All right, so we'll just go to
Have a
number
break.
7. Anybody wanna make
I make a motion for adjournment.
okay? Joyce McLaughlin, made a motion to adjourn at 5:40, and Mr. McGruer seconded.
Yeah.
You got a cause for the pause.
Pause,
here.
pause.
For the
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah.
Always watching the money.
Yeah, well,
Somebody got you.
yeah.
I knew you was gonna say that.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. This is our special called city council meeting. It is November the 21st of 2024. It's 6 p.m. Meetings are available to watch on our YouTube channel. Search for the City of Bruceville-Eddy and click the subscribe button. Please mute your phones and computers to avoid any interference during this meeting. And again, I want to say thank you all for being here. We appreciate to see people out there. We like to see seats in the seats. So we love it, and we encourage you to come to every council meeting. That way you know what's going on with your city. I know you can listen to it on YouTube, but sometimes you might miss something on that YouTube. And here, you're not gonna miss it, because we're gonna cuss and discuss it and make it loud. Oh, and my drink. Well, it's my booze. I didn't want anybody to know. All right, anyways. Okay, if y'all would please stand for prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight to thank you for the many things that you do for all of us here on earth. Lord, we know that someday we'll be coming home to you, to a home that we're pain-free, worry-free, and don't have to worry about things. So I just thank you, Lord God, for everything that you do. Lord, I thank you for our police department, our first responders, our city workers, our city employees, all. I thank you for our council members, because these gentlemen and ladies up here, they're here for the citizens of Bruceville-Eddy. That's what they're here for, and that's what they work toward. Sometimes we may not like what they say, but trust me, in the long run, it all works out. They're here for the citizens. And again, Lord, I just want to say thank you. Our town, I love our town, and you have helped us so much. We're getting our sewer finally. We are finally coming to the 20th century, Lord, and we appreciate you. Just want to say thank you again, and I just can't say thanks enough because of what you do. Lord God, I ask for all these things in the precious name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Please continue. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, and one indivisible. You may have a seat, please. Okay. We're going to be doing roll call. And up here to my left, I have Councilman Wiggins, Councilman McGruer, and our city administrator, Kent Manton. And to my left, we have Councilman Griffin, which with this is Mr. Griffin's last night on the city council. And he's smiling too big for that, let me tell you. And our female councilwoman is Joyce McLaughlin. And in the back, I have Pam Combs, our city secretary. I have Jamie Rodriguez, in our water department. I have Michael Dorsey, our chief of police. I have Johnny, I'm sorry about your last name, I don't know. And Johnny with the water department. And we have Jean with the water department. And I think that's it. All the people that we have that works for the city. So thank you all for being here. Okay. You've added something on here for me.
Citizen presentations or any announcements? Oh, that was from last time.
Oh. No, I didn't. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's, now we're doing this. Yeah. Community announcements. Do we have any announcements out there? I'm gonna say one, it's not really an announcement, but Facebook, and I'm not much of a Facebook person, but I was called and said that my name was on Facebook, and I went there, and by y'all's request, my lights came up before Thanksgiving, so my Christmas lights are up. So, the big tree is up. So, anyway, all right, anybody else have any? Yes, ma'am.
Cherie McGruer. I'm just going to do my standards. First Friday bingo at United Methodist Church, December 6th. And then our next vendor fair will be December 21st. So please all come out and shop local. And then the Fall Festival fundraiser on there for Little Eagles, I appreciate that being up. And that is to help them with their building because it got flooded and they have to now pay for all the flood damage. So if you could support them this Saturday, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any announcements they'd like to speak of? Any church announcements, anything? Kent, do you have some?
Chief Dorsey, do you want to come up now and talk about Blue Santa just as a reminder, or
Blue
you want to
Santa?
save that for later? Whatever is best for you.
I can save it.
Okay.
Okay, all right, all right. And do you have anything else, Kent? Okay. All right. Okay, yes, ma'am?
Danielle McGurr, sorry, Mom forgot to add, for the vendor fair on the 21st, we will also have free pictures with Santa at the church and a cookie fundraiser.
What a fundraiser?
Cookie.
Cookie.
So we did it last year where all the ladies of the church baked cookies of a variety of different cookies, and you got to pay $10. You get a tray, and you get to fill the cookies with 12 of your choice of whatever is out there.
Sounds great. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else have any more announcements they'd like to put out there? Okay, all right, okay, moving right along. Citizens presentation, do we have anybody that wants to speak? No. No? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, number 4, it's a public hearing. Conditional use permit application for 361 Old Moody Road. Council to hear public comments pertaining to a requested conditional use permit for a modular home to be installed at 361 Old Moody Road, Eddy, Texas, 76524, H.B. Williams Survey, abstract number 882, a property currently zoned for single-family residential dwelling. The public hearing is open to any interested person with opinions, objections, and/or comments related to this matter. Comments related to this matter may only be expressed via email, or by appearing in person. Another person or attorney may also represent you. It is now 6:07 and our regular council meeting is closed, and it is 6:07 and our public hearing is open.
Mayor, council, just give you a quick overview of this conditional use permit application. So this is a request to install a modular cabin on this property zone for single-family dwelling district number 1. The proposed use is going to be inconsistent and contrary to our current zoning map, which was established in 2003. It designates this property and adjacent properties for single-family dwellings. It's also inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, which designates, go back one more on that one, Jamie. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. The comprehensive plan designates this property for general, regional, commercial, industrial purposes. Council does have the authority to override that using this conditional use permit process, anything that's contrary to that zoning map. So here's an overview of the property. It's got 2 parcels in there. You've got a section that abuts Old Moody Road, and then it comes back into this triangle section that comes up against another property on I-35. So here's an overview of that zoning map. You can see here that property is within that single-family dwelling district. Here's some pictures of the property. I did pull these off of Google. I was slacking a little bit this month, didn't go out into the field. This is about a year old or so, but it gives you the general overview of what that property is looking like. It's vacant raw land. And you can see that we've got several other manufactured homes around the property. Some of these are outside the city limits. However, a majority of them are within the city limits. So their desire is going to be to install that custom-built 940 square foot modular cabin. It's from Saddlebrook Homes. You have some details on what that could look like within your council packets. And the conditional use permit, just as a reminder, it will go with the land, but it can also be revoked for any conditions using this same process. Just wanted to give a note to City Council. This will be within the sewer service area, and they would be required to tap in once that becomes available in front of the property. So they do have a sale that's going to be contingent upon the obtaining of the CUP. And as required by law, we posted this in the Waco Tribune Herald, and 11 notices were sent out to neighboring properties.
Any
Thank you.
questions? Okay, Mr. McGruer?
Oh, are we at, are we?
Public hearing.
Public hearing, yes, sir.
This is-
Oh, that's right, there's no questions on this one, I'm sorry. Anybody else want to speak about it? I apologize for that, I'm jumping ahead. The one that's wanting it, do y'all want to say anything about it now, or wait till the questions? Okay, all right. It is, okay. Now, let's see, it is now 6:10, and the public hearing is now closed. And it is 6:10, and our regular session is back open. Number 5, we just closed in 6, conditional use permit, manufactured home, 361. Okay, now I'm confused. Okay, I know you got this in it, but it says, up here it says a modular home, down here it says manufactured.
That would just be a typo on my end.
Oh, okay.
I do
All right. I just want to
apologize.
make sure that I'm saying the right one. So, conditional use permit for a modular home at 361 Old Moody Road. Council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action on a request by the Scott Sheffield for a conditional use permit for a modular home to be installed at 361 Old Moody Road, Eddy, Texas, 76524, H.B. Williams Survey, abstract number 882, a property currently zoned for single-family residence dwelling. Okay, now we can take questions. Okay, Mr. McGruer, I'm sorry.
Okay, I thought it was on. I just want to go on record, as I do every time we come up with one of these. We have a city ordinance in effect which prohibits the building of the modular homes modular homes in this area. Now, that being said, I understand that I think there's 3 brick and mortar homes in that whole area. So it's not going to change the dynamics of that area. But we do have an ordinance, and once again, we're here changing that ordinance. So I just want to go on record with that.
All right. Did we happen to have any of the letters come back disagreeing with this or agreeing with it? Nobody, people that's not, is there anybody here that wants to talk about it that lives close? If not, we're right on. Can we more questions? Mr. Wiggins?
I don't see, I mean, I understand we have ordinances, and that's why we have a conditional use permit, and that's why we come here to get zoning changed, because we can get that. So, it's a nice looking home, and there's other homes within the same area, right next to it, that are manufactured homes. So with that said, I'll make a motion to approve the conditional use permit for a modular home to be installed at 361 Old Moody Road.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Mr. Griffin? All approved? All in favor, I mean? Approved. All right, congratulations. Okay, moving right along. Number 7, public hearing, renewal of water meter moratorium. Council to hear public comments pertaining to the renewal of a water meter moratorium at the portion of Falls County that is east of Interstate Highway 35 and outside the corporate limits of the city and properties abutting Bruceville Lane in McLennan County. The public hearing is open to any interested person with opinions, objections, and/or comments related to this matter. Comments related to this matter may only be expressed via mail, email, or by appearing in person. Another person or an attorney may also represent you. It is now 6:14 and our regular session is closed, and it is 6:14 and our public hearing is open. So anybody want to discuss anything about it?
I just have a question.
Yes, ma'am. We can't answer you, but you can give a not until next.
Okay.
Okay. You can just,
Well, I don't understand all the moratoriums, and I know this has nothing to do with what you're talking about, but there's a property on Horseshoe Bend, and they tried to get a water meter, and they couldn't. So I don't understand how come some people get water meters and others don't, and I guess I don't understand the whole thing, so that's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Okay. It is now 6:15 and the public hearing is closed. It is now 6:15 and our regular council session is open. Number 9, review of a water meter moratorium. Council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action on ordinance 011-21-2024-1, renewing a development moratorium of the portion of Falls County that is east of Interstate Highway 35 and outside the corporate limits of the city and properties abutting Bruceville Lane in McLennan County. So now we can answer her question if she would like.
Yes, ma'am.
If you want to explain to her what a moratorium is.
Sure. Well, I think the question was, why is there a discrepancy between some people obtaining a water meter and others?
Yes, sir.
So the city has a certificate of convenience and necessity throughout the city and past our ETJ. So we're obligated to pay or we're obligated to provide water. But what the city isn't necessarily obligated to do is pay for any cost to upgrade the infrastructure to deliver to add an additional water meter that could potentially negatively affect our current customers by lowering their pressure. So that's where the problem comes into play sometimes. Of course, TCEQ sometimes has limitations on some of the smaller line sizes. So for example, if you have a road and it's a 1.5-inch water line and you've already got 10 meters on there, somebody comes in and says, well, there's a lot of houses over here. I'd like to add a house here that's got a vacant lot. Let me get a water meter here. We will say yes to that, but the cost could be very prohibitive. So then you might hear somebody say, well, the city said I couldn't get a water meter. Well, what we're really saying is that it's very cost prohibitive. You're talking $20,000, $30,000, sometimes upwards of $100,000 just to be able to deliver that additional one water meter. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
You will.
Never understand that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anybody
So
else?
on the water,
Yeah.
oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to tell you to go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. So on the water meter moratorium, I would just recommend to council that y'all take into consideration not only the comments by MRB Group a little bit earlier in tonight's workshop, but also we're going to have that executive session a little bit later in the evening. So you might also want to take into account any of our city attorney's comments on that one. So we did have the public hearing. If y'all want to go ahead and push this towards the end of the evening or keep it here.
I thought that's what we was gonna do. Maybe let's push this one, this item 9, let's push it back to after the executive session.
Yes, sir.
Because we definitely need to hear from our attorney.
All right. All right, I'll put 9 down here after 23. Okay. All right, we'll move right along to 10. Replat, Dumlo? What? Dumlo. Addition. Council discuss, consider, and possibly take action on a replat for property owned by Earl and Lisa Dumlo. Okay. Being 3 lots, 10-12 of block 7, totaling .474 acres out of the Levi Privet survey. Ken Cannon, addition number 3, abstract number 723, to be named Lot 1, Block 1 of the Dumlo addition in the city of Bruceville-Eddy, McLennan County, Texas. Okay? Ken?
Mayor, council, citizens. This was a request by a property owner to replat and combine some smaller lot sizes for the possibility of future development. Kudos to them. They've been working with us for a couple months. Had some issues that came back from our engineers, as they often do, trying to make sure that everybody stays in compliance with our subdivision ordinance. So thank you for your patience working through that. This property is zoned for single-family dwellings, and just for council's awareness here, it would be within that sewer service area as well. There are 6-inch, 2-inch, and 1.5 inch water line that do surround the property, so they shouldn't have any problem getting a water meter in the future if that's their desire. Here's an overview of what that replat would look like, where it does indicate the setbacks around the property. Engineers have reviewed this. They've offered 3 comments. Those have been pushed back and have been corrected, and the developer also provided some additional information to showcase taxes that have been paid, et cetera, et cetera. This plat was deemed filed on November the 1st. 30 days for action does end on December the 1st. And just as an overview, this would be a replat, so it is a final plat in a sense. These are your options here, council. My recommendation is to approve.
Okay. Any questions, council? Any comments? Mr. Wiggins? Oh,
What is the address on that property?
yes, sir.
Where is that property located?
Oh, sorry about that, Gene. Yeah, it's at the corner of Franklin and 4th Street.
Okay, that helps.
Okay.
I don't know if we have a 911 address there yet, do we,
Right.
Pam?
I know what you're talking
301?
about.
301.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It does have a meter on it.
Oh, gotcha. All right.
Yeah,
I
it's already got
apologize
me
then.
Yeah.
Well, good. We don't have to
Thank
worry
you.
about that then.
Thank you.
Unless you want to add additional meters.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Wiggins?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the replat for the Dumlow addition.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Unanimous. All right, number 11, our police chief report. Chief Michael Dorsey.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members, and welcome to all our citizens and guests and friends, and good seeing all y'all. I'd like to start off with sharing our October 2024 Police Department report for the month of October. Sorry if time goes by so fast
I
that
know, it's been going by.
this year is flying by. So our October 2024 Police Department report, calls for service, we had a total of 115 reports to include arrest, offense, and incident, total 17, criminal offense arrest 12, crash reports 8, citations and warnings total 154, citations 117, warnings 37. Also for the month of October, some of our other activities, security checks. Now also have our call type report breakdown and our citations and warning breakdown as normal.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
What do y'all do in your spare time?
I haven't had any spare time.
His new nickname is Sparky.
Sparky, okay, Sparky.
Yeah, I'll explain here in a
Yeah,
little bit. But yes, my official nickname is Sparky.
Yes, sir.
So I'll explain here in a
that,
few.
yes, sir.
Also share our school resource officers report for the month of October. Calls for service 10, security checks 94, citations and warnings 3 citations, 7 warnings. And I also have his monthly activity report breakdown as normal. Also share our city ordinance enforcement report. This report runs from October 18th through November 14th. As far as cases, different types of cases, ones that are compliant are closed, 8, non-compliant 30, citations 56, so a total of 94 types of violations. Animal violations 6, high grass 10, rubbish 13, junk vehicles 4, dangerous buildings 3, livestock violations 2, noise complaints and or loud music 2, so total violations is 40. Now I also have our city ordinance violation chart. So from the police department side, I wanted to share with y'all as well. We had a case over at the old KCN news station that are working out there, as well as the owner of the property, who I will say is a very nice gentleman. So he owns, or he's the one that's building the travel center, and he also owns the KCN building. That's all one property, is my understanding. And they're not sure what they're gonna do with that building. And this situation definitely put a setback on whatever potential plan they had. But we were notified on September 23rd that someone was going in there and burglarizing the building, stripping copper wiring out of the building and damaging the building. So they did a number on that building, to be honest with you. So they broke in and were destroying, the inside of the building, trying to strip copper and whatever they could get their hands on, not just copper wiring, but AC components. They were hitting all the breaker boxes inside of the building, stripping all the wire out inside and outside. So we were first alerted to that on September 23rd, but the first incident happened prior to that, so sometime between Labor Day and the 23rd of September. So after getting notified of that, we launched an investigation, and then on October 16th, same thing occurred again. There was another burglary, more theft of copper, more damage to the building, and so at that point, we set up surveillance on the building, and fortunately, on that occasion, as well as when they came back on the 30th, footage of them from the 16th as well as the 30th. So, and it was the same group, it was two guys. As far as we can tell, it was them two that did all three of these incidents. I immediately identified one of these guys as someone that we're familiar with. So luckily, we ID'd him right off the bat, and then his accomplice we identified shortly after. So one of the gentlemen, his name's Kelly Wood. He's from the Bruceville-Eddy area, resident of Bruceville-Eddy. We identified him as one of the suspects. The other gentleman, Raymond Terry, associate of Kelly's from the Waco area. So we got arrest warrants on them. Wood was arrested on November 1st, and Terry was arrested on November 6th. They're both, since we can't definitively say that it was them the first time, I mean, we have no surveillance of them, so, but they did get charged from the incidents from the 16th and the 30th. So they were both charged with 2 counts of burglary of a building, 2 counts of theft of copper, 2 counts of criminal mischief, and the estimated property damage as well as the theft of copper, they're estimating to be over $100,000. So, but fortunately, these guys are behind bars. They both have extensive criminal histories. This isn't something new to them. They know what they were doing, so they're behind bars, and don't see them getting out anytime soon. So it makes me happy when we're able to actually figure out who's behind these things. And I will say that so we're moving up in technology, so getting cellular cameras that we can monitor remotely is ultimately what caught these guys. So, the advances in technology can definitely aid us big time. So having devices that we can monitor remotely and get notified right away is a big help. So all right, on to my nickname, a Sparky. And by the grace of God, I do believe that God had his hand on me that day. But while I was at the KCN building, as far as I knew, as far as I was told, as far as everybody was aware of, there was no power going into that building. But I found out otherwise. And I don't know if it was 220 or 440, or it could have been 1,050 for all I know. But anyways, so they said that there was a breaker box in there that had bolt cutters still attached to some wiring. And I was hunting for that breaker box for several days, I was like, where's this thing at? And nobody knew where it was at, because they said this place is a maze inside, and it literally is a maze. And so I finally found it. It was this room back behind a wall that you would have never known it was there unless you're really looking for it. But there's this room, it was an unfinished room, so it was basically where all the main power from the building was coming into. And those bolt cutters, sure enough, were there under a breaker box still attached to some wires. I was like, why on earth would they leave bolt cutters behind? Well, I figured out why. Because I think the same thing happened to them that happened to me, but I wanted to take those bolt cutters as evidence, so I went up to them, I grabbed onto the handles of the bolt cutters, and I was trying to open them to get them off the wires, and the next thing I heard was a loud pop, and I got a shower, I got my daily shower, but it wasn't water, it was sparks. And it was literally a fountain of sparks that just shot out, and I got so thankfully, it didn't bite me, and I didn't take a ride, thank God. But I got the bolt cutters. I wasn't leaving without them. So I think the electricity burned a hole around that wire, and so it freed the bolt cutters after that.
The first initial. Yeah.
So.
Well, you're lucky. We're glad you're here to tell us that
So
story.
luckily, nothing got me. Nothing. I walked away without any
Amen on that.
any injury, thank God, and I'm thankful for that. And so, lived to fight another day, went home safe, and
Yes, sir. We're glad
so.
of that.
But yeah, so that's my nickname is Sparky. So,
Do you have anything else now?
I'd just like to remind everybody our Operation Blue Santa, our second annual Blue Santa, is going to be December 21st. From 6 to 9 at the police department. We welcome any and all to come out, enjoy a free dinner with us, and hang out with the police department and all the citizens and guests that are coming to the event. We're still accepting toy donations. We need some help on that aspect because we have taken in some, but not enough. So if anyone would like to help out and donate, we'd greatly appreciate it. We also encourage anyone that wants to sign up to please let us know. Either call us or send us an email to sign up either for the dinner or for the Blue Santa, and we'll be happy to either have y'all pick up the gifts that you sign up for, or we can bring them to you, or you can come to the event on the 21st and pick them up then. So.
And you can drop off donations here at City Hall, toys, or at the school?
Police department or at the elementary
yeah.
school.
So there's 3 places you can drop off toys and stuff for the kiddos.
And then I'm also going to be attending the Fall Festival on Saturday. I'll be out there
If you have some to drop off.
Saturday afternoon, and I'll be taking sign-ups for Blue Santa there as well.
Amen.
So.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Can we donate money to the Blue Santa and you get the toys, or you want us to bring the toys?
If you can just do toy donations. But we're taking them for boys and girls 12 and under. Unless there's a special request for, we're not going to turn anybody away. That's just what we've been doing in the past. But if there's older kids in need, if y'all can just let us know what the need is, and we'll make it happen.
And if anybody needs help, getting toys or going somewhere to get them, don't mind taking you, or give me your list, or give somebody a list, and they'll probably go to the store for you, as long as you have your list, what toys you want to get.
And then Councilwoman McLaughlin had a good idea, because she was our,
Yeah, she was the rapper
she
last
did an
year.
amazing job last year wrapping all the presents,
Yes,
but
she did.
she came up with the idea, and I thought it was a great idea to have a volunteer wrapping day.
Okay.
So that will be TBA. We'll announce a date to have volunteers come out, and if y'all want to come out and help us wrap presents, we'd greatly appreciate it.
Just come and go as you please. I thought, just have a wrapping day. If you can't afford a toy or do that, you could contribute by coming and help wrapping.
I've been rapping, yeah. All right, yeah, that sounds great.
So what is Blue Santa, blue for police Santa?
It's a Blue Santa Claus, yeah, Blue Santa.
The 21st of the dinner?
Yes, ma'am, that's the day of the Blue Santa event. There'll be the dinner and,
Pass out toys to the kids.
right,
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Most of
ma'am.
them. Now, there'll be some that probably may come early and pick them up. But
Right.
most of the times, they're usually there to get their gifts because they're so excited to unwrap them and see what they got.
but I will say most of the time, the parents will either pick them up early or we'll bring them to them early, so that way they can have them under their tree
Tree
on Christmas Day,
for the ones that don't, yeah.
so. But otherwise, then they can come out and pick them up on the 21st.
We had a good turnout last year.
We did.
For the meal.
We had a lot of
for
fun.
Everything, yes. It was really nice. And chief, one thing about the chief said when we was walking out that night, after it was all over, he said, "I can't wait till the next event." So he's really doing a good job with this. Thank you, chief.
So, yeah, but we can't do it without the help of the community and the donations and
Oh, yes,
everybody
sir.
that's been a big part of this, so. We hope to make this year even better than last year.
Amen.
So,
Yes, sir.
I think that's all I got.
All right, thank you, sir.
Just keep me away from electrical. We'll
Amen.
be all right.
Public Works Director report, Gene? Oh, Johnny? What is Johnny? Grady, that's right, it's Grady.
Grading, yes.
I'll get it one of these days. It takes me a while, you know that, John.
He sits right there. That chair don't move. All right, what we're gonna do is, I got a few things we're gonna go over tonight.
All right.
All right, so we're gonna start off with, where the water comes from for the city and surrounding areas. Talbot, we pumped 8.3 million gallons. Bluebonnet, we purchased 10.2 million gallons. Westridge, we pumped 2.3 million gallons. And Friendly Oaks, we pumped 4.5 million gallons. All right, so then we look down here. I'm gonna go over just the big parts of the water loss. It looks like we lost, pretty much to leaks would be 3.1 million gallons, and then flushing would be 1.9 million gallons. So that's a total of 5.5 million gallons of water loss for October. All right, and then I want to take a look at the leaks. Because there's a lot of stuff on here, but the main thing that we deal with on a day-to-day basis is the water leaks. All right, we had 21 leaks fixed for the entire month of October, so it was a busy month in October. I also want to let y'all know that 2 more leaks popped up on the 809 Old Bethany Road, where we're trying to replace that water line that's in the back, and those were leaks that were found after hours or at 9 o'clock at night because nobody had water left in the tanks. So it's a good thing we're going forward on that project right there. Let me look down. Flush lines, CSIs, those are getting done as people build their new homes. We inspect them as they build them. So there are always going to be extra numbers because sometimes people put a meter on a vacant lot for years. So there's nothing you can do until they build a house. All right, now I wanted to talk with you because I went over a few things that probably y'all don't know. What we do every month is every month TCQ requires us to do back T samples on the water, and that's throughout the whole water system. So our back T samples for this month, just like all the other months, they come back good, absent of total chloroform or E. coli, and that's a big concern that we have here. Also, the Melissa Drive duplexes got their water meters installed today, so that will take back on the taps to be installed by 6. We'll talk about the construction that we got going on. Almost every day, there's a water line that gets hit, and it's a water line that doesn't show up on maps, nobody knew about it. It could be a steel line, it could be a PVC line, but every day there's a line getting hit. We repair them as fast as we can, you know, keeping the lines clean. So a lot of times you will have low pressure, so look for savvy citizens, because maybe it's a big area, so that's where you'll get your information at for that. And we fix them as fast as possible and get to the next one. Sometimes they hit multiples at the same time. So we had a meeting this month for a safety meeting, but me and Jean were not able to attend it because we were fixing water leaks from lines that they hit as well. So it's just, it is what it is, and we don't mind fixing them because we want the sewer, and you know, it takes maybe a couple hours out of our day to fix these lines. Sometimes it's at 5 o'clock when you're ready to go home, and you gotta fix a line right beside a gas line that they hit as well. So I just put on that, on the construction lines and the after-hours leaks, I wanna say thanks to the guys, Richard, Calvin, and Jean, for coming in and staying, you know, late nights, fixing these lines, keeping people in water. It's kind of a bummer to go home, take your shoes off, and they're soaked, and then you gotta change socks and put those shoes back on to come fix another leak. But that's pretty much this. I wanted to bring something else to y'all's attention. Do y'all get a Bluebonnet packet? No? Do y'all want a copy of this? What I'm looking at is that, all right, since it's October, it's a new fiscal year for us, and it's also a new fiscal year for Bluebonnet. So our Bluebonnet minimum went up. It was 9.6 million to 25.4 million last year. This year, our minimum is now 11.7 million to 25.4 million. Now, what that is a difference of is, at the minimum, you're spending $33,880. Now, if y'all want a copy of this, I could give this to y'all too.
You want me to go make some?
Do y'all want a copy?
No, you can give it to me later.
Okay.
I like where you're going with it.
All right, now this year, with our minimum going up, that means our money goes up. It is now $41,000 and 41,013 a month. So that is it's gonna be a little bit of a difference, but I also wanted y'all to understand that with Friendly Oaks coming back online, now this is from the same year, this year. This report is from August of 2024, and what we pumped, or what we purchased with Bluebonnet was 18.2 million gallons. So we spent $64,000 in August. With Friendly Oaks being back online, even though our minimum went up, we only pumped 8.9 million gallons. So we are saving, minus the electricity and all the little small things, chlorines, ammonia that goes to Friendly Oaks well, we are saving $23,000 a month with Friendly Oaks being back online. But that's without all the overhead. So just on paperwork, there is a savings with Friendly Oaks being back online, which is close to $20,000 a month, which is a good thing. But other than that, that's all I have for y'all.
Thank you, Johnny, that was very.
Yeah,
If y'all want a
I mean,
copy.
That was, yeah, I do have something. That was a great presentation. I really liked that. Very informative. Some things that we didn't know. When we do, or when y'all have to get your license, who pays for that?
The city.
The city pays 100% for
School.
any license that we
Yeah,
require.
the city,
Is that
the city
right?
pays for the schooling, they pay for the testing as well, and then you can do that schooling on city time too. So the city pays you to go to school.
Okay, once you get your license, how long does it take to get a D license?
A D license, you can test for a D at any time.
But how
But-
long does it take if you were
I
gonna?
would say
I'm gonna-
2 to 3 months to get
2 to
one.
3 months?
Yeah,
Okay,
because a lot of the stuff is online now since COVID hit. So a lot of their stuff is online, so you can take, as long as there's a class, you can take a test, and then within a couple of months, you gotta pass the background check, and they'll give you, you can take not an online, but a computer testing and get the results back within 2 to 3 months.
okay, but when y'all test, do y'all charge it to the city, or like if you do it online, they have to have a?
No, you have to go to TSTC to test, so that way it's monitored test. So they are strict, so you have to go there. So a lot of times you'll come here in the morning. If you got a morning test, hopefully you studied at night. If not, you got an evening test or right after lunch test, and then you could study during that day and then go and take your test.
Do y'all pay for it there, or pay for it ahead of time? And
It's while you're on the clock.
You have to pay for it online.
Oh, yeah, online? Yeah.
oh, you pay for it online? Okay, I just want to make sure none of that money comes out of y'all's pocket.
Mm-mm.
If you ever have to pay for it, do you just turn in
No, a lot
and
of,
get reimbursed?
no, most of it is the city credit card online. And if you have any
Oh.
issues, you get with Jean or Esther and they'll get you signed up. I think Pam helps too.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure y'all wasn't any out-of-pocket expense for
Mm-mm.
getting your, any required license that we require. Yeah,
Yes, every 3 years you have to have an extra 30 hours, 32 hours. Yeah, so you have to get your CEUs every 3 years. You have
do
to
you
have.
do that online?
Yes, well, a lot of times when you're taking your test, if you're going for a D, you don't have to worry about it, but then if you go from a D to a C, when you go to those classes, you'll get the hours you need for that. But then, you have 3 years, so a lot of times you could do online classes, or you can go, we were originally with TWA, and they would have meetings once a month, but then their meetings are stretched far apart now to where, but you would only get 2 hours for that, and the city did pay for that as well.
Okay, all right. That's all. Thank you.
All
Very
right.
good report. Thank you.
I got one other thing right quick, Blue Bonnet. They still have not come up with a set date for a rate increase, Spring Valley Water Line. So we won't know anything until they get the loan finalized and everything, and all the easements. So right now, we don't have anything pressing that they're gonna come tomorrow and say, hey, we're going up on rates.
When is your next blue bond? Okay, and once they notify you, is it like, okay, 30 days from now, we're gonna go up, or?
Yeah, they're gonna let us know in advance.
Yeah.
That way we know
Okay,
how much is gonna go up.
right,
We just had one Tuesday night, and there was no mention of a rate increase.
okay,
Yep.
okay, yeah, thank you, thank you.
Gone to that school. How
To-
many of you?
Well, I mean, for water license, pretty much all of us have.
All of you?
I've got a C, Johnny's got a C. Keelan will be testing, in a couple of weeks for his C. And Richard's got a D. Calvin has to work on his again because COVID hit. He didn't get his. He lost his D. He wasn't able to go to classes for a C. But everybody's got their water license, and 3 of us have our CDL. CDLs are getting hard to get now. And we do not have Rudy anymore. He retired.
Uh-oh.
Right, does everybody have a D? Current?
Well, everybody went Calvin because when COVID hit, he wasn't able to test for a C. You can't renew a D. So a D is non-renewable. You have to move up. So he would have to go back, and he don't have to get a D. He can go straight to a C. It's just,
But once you let your D lapse, you can't go back and get the D again?
no, he can go back and get a C.
Don't
He'll have-
matter how long
Right.
a period it is?
Right, because he's already had his D license.
Okay,
So, and, with me being shorthanded right now, be an act of Congress to get somebody to sit down on a computer for 20 hours a week, but we can try it.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, all right. Engineers report, do we have anything from them?
We'll entertain any questions that might be
Does
outstanding for
anybody
this
have
one.
any questions on the engineer? No? Okay, all right. Now we're gonna get, city administrator, we got one. Yes, sir.
I'm Rick Edmiston. Out on the interstate out here by the softball field,
Yes, sir.
the black line that they're putting in, that's a water line, isn't it?
That's a sanitary sewer force main.
Sanitary
Repeat,
force
please.
sewer line.
Sorry, that's a sewer line.
Sewer line.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
I was concerned because it was awfully small. That's why I was asking. I thought, well, maybe that's a water line that they're
No, it's.
increasing water line size while they were working on everything else. Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Anyone? All right. City administrators report.
Mayor, council, just a brief update tonight. Go into a little bit more detail on any development questions that you might have. But first and foremost, I'll just give you a quick update on our general overview tax revenue, sales tax revenue, and our new fiscal year budget. So first and foremost, we still continue to see those higher trends for sales tax revenue. Of course, this is being split out. A portion of that is going to that dedicated fund for street repairs. The other section is going to the economic development fund. Those funds have both risen to about $22,000 as of this month. So kudos to you. It's earning money, and it's going to be a valuable tool this year and into the future. As far as our budget goes here, you can see our biggest section there is typically police. No offense. It's just public safety is expensive out there, chief. But I was going to point out that the sewer system, usually that hovers around 3% last couple of years, and we're already at 10%. So we've cut out some big checks for the sewer system. The work is progressing. A couple progress photos for you here, and it gets me started off on this one. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have checked with the mayor first before I go showing pictures on this one, huh? So this was last month. She talked about responding to some of the students over at BISD that had some complaint letters for the city, right? Some real issues that we're working to tackle, but nonetheless, she treated them to some cookies, and she personally prepared a response letter to each and every one of them. So we got to go over there and meet with them, and I think they were appreciative of that.
And now, not to put out another thing on that, the other day I was approached and asked if I would come and speak to a grade school classroom for history on some stuff. And I said, yes, I would. So I'm getting popular with the kiddos.
Taking you back to your teaching days, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, first and foremost, the council approved new dump trailer for Public Works was delivered on November the 6th. Thank you again so much for your support on this one. Still got the old one, it's still got its bent axle, but this one's already been hard at work, so we certainly appreciate that one. As Jean mentioned, Rudy Cedillo's last day was I think that was the 6th of the 13th. That's what it was. So just around his birthday time, he decided 15 years with the city of Bruceville-Eddy. It's about time. It's about time.
Not saying he's 80 years old or 70-something.
No, he worked here for about 15 years, and that was mostly in a part-time capacity, but we really appreciate him. We sent him off with a plaque with a little bit of his favorite food, and so he will be missed. But that does bring up a point, just as a reminder, we did budget to replace that with a full-time position that's going to be a hybrid sewer/water employee at some point. So we'll be looking at developing the job description and the posting for that later in the year. The annual audit and comprehensive financial report. This year, the audit is going to be scheduled for January, so we're a little bit behind from where we have been in years past. That was just due to scheduling conflicts with our current firm. So you should be looking for a March timeline to receive those reports back. Just so you're aware, we are considering a proposal to move over our record storage unit over to be closer to City Hall. Right now, staff were investigating some of the potential costs associated with that, but more information is going to be coming soon. I'll get that before council for consideration. On to the sewer system. So, just as an update on this one, and piggybacking off of what Jean and Johnny have already mentioned, the sewer system is in full swing, and there is certainly a mess going on in downtown Eddy. We have addressed some of the safety concerns with our contractor, with USDA, and with our engineering firm. We think everybody's on the same page. Safety is a top priority. However, a lot of the lines that have been hit are completely unmarked. They're not on Atmos's maps. If they are on our maps, their location is a little bit off. The maps that we have previously were not identified by GPS, so we're updating those as we go along, but some of these could be 10, 15 feet off. And then there's the addition of water lines we just had no idea were in the ground. So we appreciate your patience and understanding. There's gonna be a lot more line strikes as we get through this. If you do have any issues out there that we're not aware of, please just give us a call. We're gonna work to make it right. Those crews, they weren't kidding. We were going into a safety coordination meeting. 2 water lines were hit, 1 gas line was hit all at the same time. And they busted their tails to get back out there and get it done.
Water went
Yep.
into the gas line.
Yep. So, moving on this one, we did establish a meeting with BEISD, took place yesterday. Amongst some of those topics were just the interconnection between the school district and the sanitary sewer system. We had Tabor and Associates there to talk a little bit more in detail with the technical aspects of that connection. We're working to obtain all of our right of entry forms for the sewer system. The no-cost connection for your property is being provided. If you're out there and you haven't turned in that form yet, we appreciate it. That gives us permission to go on there and provide that service to you. We've got, as of last time I wrote this one down, 200 out of the 312 needed forms. So if you have any questions on what that looks like, if you've got it in your hand and you haven't turned that in yet, please get it back to us as soon as possible. On 10/17, the mayor and I, we did meet with the appropriations lead for Congressman Pete Sessions' office to discuss the sanitary sewer project and how desperately we need additional funds to add on new customers and help potentially lower the cost. They said that this project would be an excellent use of their funds. They did say that the appropriations process is very competitive. We're pushing the case. We've got a shovel-ready project here. We've already got it designed. The alternate bid was already designed. All we need is the money to add on additional connections. So we're gonna be submitting an application. We're probably gonna be looking at a consultant that really is adept at going through this process and can potentially help us get that. They only issue about 14 appropriations each year. So we're hoping to be a part of that this time. On to the water system. I can stop right there if anybody has any specific sewer-related questions. I know that's a hot topic right now. No. Keep going here on the water system. Falls County water well, we talked a little bit about that earlier tonight. I've been told that the Cook sisters do have a meeting a little bit later in the month, and so hopefully we'll get some more clarity on what the next steps are for that one. On that note, I did submit the water well project, which is estimated anywhere from $5 to $6 million, to the Falls County Water Resource Group. So LAN Engineering out of Waco is actually going to be compiling all that. This project has been added to the list, and we could potentially get some grant funding out of Falls County for this one, but that we probably won't know anything with anytime soon on that one. And then on the Friendly Oaks well site, the well is currently online. You can see the numbers are helping us out incredibly from where we were a year ago in Bluebonnet, making those huge purchases. McCurry and Associates did go out there and finish the recording of the electrical input into the site. I sent council, you should have got an email on his initial findings. He's still finalizing the full report on that one. Likely some of the recommendations are there going to be to add some sine wave filters on some of the BFDs for the booster pumps. So we'll get that to you as soon as we have it. And then the annual cleaning of the water tanks, both Westridge and Talbot ground storage tanks, were completed on November the 6th. And then with that, I can give you any updates on any of our current grants. I can give you updates on any of our committee work, and I can give you any updates on any of the development going on as well. Otherwise, I'll stop it at that.
Any questions or anything about the report? Nope. Okay, moving right along.
Thank you, folks.
Consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda will be considered by the city council and will be enacted on by one motion. There will be no separate discussions of these items unless a council member or a member of the public so requests. A, approval of the minutes. B, financial for September of 2024. Let me flip over here. C, finances, October of 2024. D, donation acceptance. E, write-off bad debt. F, destination of official newspapers. G, interlocal cooperative agreement for tree trimming services. H, Rafferty purchases, Core and Main LP, and that's it. Anybody accept it, or does anybody want anything pulled out of those those things I mentioned? Mr. Wiggins?
Granny, I'll make a motion to accept all the items on the consent agenda.
Can I have a second? Okay, Mr. McGruer? All in favor? Unanimous. Okay, thank you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Number 16, section of Mayor Pro Tem. Council discuss, consider, and possibly take action to select the Mayor Pro Tempore for the 2024-2025. The Mayor Pro Tem, commonly known as the Mayor Pro Tem, presides over council meetings in the mayor's absence. Anybody has any recommendations, or do we want to stick with the one we, okay, Mr. Wiggins?
Okay. Well, I think that we need to table this until our next meeting, because we don't have Mr. Prater
No.
and our new council member, Mr. Richardson. So I think that would be only fitting that we do that. So with that said, I'll make a motion to table it till our next meeting.
Okay,
I'll
somebody else?
second.
Okay, you'll second it, okay. Any discussions? Does anybody have any discussions? Is it okay? Okay, all in favor or tabling it? Unanimous, okay, we'll table it to next, time. You won't be here, Mr. Griffin.
I sure won't.
So we can't choose you.
I'm not really happy that I'm leaving, but I act that way anyway.
I know, he really isn't, but he's got things to do in life. Okay. Signage proposal for Welcome to Bruceville-Eddy. Council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action on a proposal pertaining to the repair and/or replacement of the downtown Eddy sign, Welcome to Bruceville-Eddy sign, located at the intersection of Eagle Drive and 3rd Street. Expenditure coming out of line item 10-10-6518 of the general fund. You want to say something about that?
Yes, Mayor, Council, I think everybody probably agrees that when you drive downtown Eddy, the sign is looking a little bit rough down there. We could certainly go and repair it, but you're really just kind of throwing a Band-Aid on something that's just in ill repair. So we wanted to bring this before council, bring this before the community, get your feedback, give us some ideas on how we want to move forward with that sign right across from Eagles Landing. It presents a poor image for our community, right? We've got letters that are missing, letters that are hanging off. The sign is located either on more automotive property or the TxDOT right-of-way. It's kind of unclear through the CAD maps on who has that. But essentially, no one individual has taken responsibility for maintaining the sign and the surrounding vegetation. I have been informed that there have been dedicated people who were responsible for doing that in that past, just members of the community who were passionate about that, but I'm not sure if anybody's really doing that this time. So the proposal before you tonight is to replace the sign with a newer metal one. It would look similar to that used for the Mackey Ranch HOA. You see that one down there in the bottom, what that could potentially look like. It's a galvanized steel with some coring on the front. I think that's what it's called. Another option, we could potentially reuse that sign that was located next to the police department. It's currently stored over in our storage facility. Or we could, go back to the drawing board and come up with anything that y'all can think of. But just wanted some direction on how you want staff to work on this, if at all.
I have a question. Okay, if we're gonna get a brand new sign for Welcome to Bruceville, why couldn't we put it on out here by City Hall? We could use the old sign and but we're gonna spend money for one, why can't we spend money to put one out here in City Hall? You know, out front, welcome to Bruceville-Eddy, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's just my opinion. That means nothing. Yes, sir.
My name is Brian Montgomery. My wife actually brought this to our idea was, you know, when we do the fall or spring fest, whatever, about the funds. She was talking about, you know, you see like the rocks that have, I don't know how much that costs, but doing something like that. And the reason why you do it in downtown, because not a lot of people take the service road. They always take the highway.
True, that's true.
And there's a lot of people take Highway 7 or 107.
That, you're very
So
right.
that would be a more,
Yeah.
more better opportunity for exposure.
Yes, sir, you're very right.
yeah.
I appreciate
And on
it.
that note there, we still have about 2 pallets worth of stone that is matching what's on the facade of this building we could potentially use for a monument sign like that.
It's true, okay, yeah, that's very true, very good. Yes, ma'am. Mrs. McGurr?
Has anyone reached out to any of the local, either the Masonic group or Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts that might be in the area? Because I know that typically a city sign, as you go through cities, will have their symbol saying that they're part of this community and things, and they may be people to reach out to help maintain and maybe help put it all together.
Okay. But I'm still considered a Girl Scout. So, but when my grandchild was in the group, they did go down there and they would plant flowers and they would pull weeds and they would do all of this, and then it got just like, nah. So it's hard to make them do something they really don't want to do, you know, as far as maintaining the area. They got really excited there for a little while. It's like, I'm hot, I'm thirsty, you know, I want to go home. You know, so you get that stuff with the young Girl Scouts. Now, the bigger ones, the bigger kids and stuff, they might, but we don't have that many in our community. But anyway, that's just my opinion on that. I mean, yes, ma'am.
Just piggybacking on what he said, if there could be a Boy Scout troop that leads
A Boy Scout?
projects, maybe Eagle
The
Scout
Boy
projects,
Scouts, they
and they have
yeah.
to, you know, do all the fundraising and actually do the project themselves, and sometimes they contribute financially quite a bit.
Okay, wouldn't
And
hurt
all
to
the
reach out.
labor to put it together too.
Okay, Jean?
So for the last couple of years, Johnny, we've been maintaining it. We'll go by there while we're mowing by the service road and stuff, and we'll knock it out and take care of it, because we don't want it to be overgrown.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Burr?
How much money are they thinking about spending to build a new sign?
3,700.
$3,700?
It'd be $3,700 for a sign similar to that one. It's a local tradesman that does a lot of welding and a lot of metal work around here.
Similar to which sign?
With the windmill?
Windmill.
The Mackey Ranch.
No, it shouldn't have a windmill on it. It'd probably have something else on it.
No, and I'm sorry, I should have thrown the mock-up up here on the screen, but I think we have some copies here in our packet if we wanted to pass that along. It would essentially look similar to this Welcome to Bruceville-Eddy with the BE logo there, but it's gonna have the look like this down here. It would say Welcome to Bruceville-Eddy, and then it had the BE, and those would all be that kind of raised style. At least that's the initial proposal we put out for y'all to discuss.
But that sign there, we already have stored. Welcome
We
to
do.
Bruceville-Eddy.
We do have that one ready to
Put
go.
the rock around it and make it pretty.
Yeah, you could utilize some of that rock that we already have and use that sign and it'll really make it sign stand out with this
Yeah, because, I mean,
Austin stone.
at
I
Joyce's
say.
church, her sign out there in front was a lot less than $3,700. And it's a nice
Oh,
sign.
yeah.
But anyway, we could utilize that sign and just,
And put rock underneath, you know,
Yeah.
make it pretty, nice.
and put maybe cactus plants in it.
Well, that sign has been out there for a good while.
Oh, it may not
And-
be in shape.
No, my point is, I mean, it's held up good. It's
Oh,
in
yes,
good
sir.
shape. Mackey Ranch sign,
Alright.
so I think the material will be good.
Pam?
Well, the sign that's right here on the building was only like, I think, 700.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad, our sign
Uh-huh.
over here.
And it's,
So 3,700 was so
4 by 12.
expensive, yeah.
Yeah.
It's cheaper if you got it.
Ours at the church was like 400.
Yeah, and it's a big size.
It's big
nice tree.
metal, they wrapped it.
Yeah, it's wrapped.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
that's what this one is.
So I'm confused, are we replacing that sign that's over
No.
by the police department or the one that's over by Moore's?
One by
Moore's.
Moore's.
Okay, so I agree with Mayor Owens that we should take that sign or a sign similar, put it where Moore's is, and then put the really nice sign wherever you're gonna put the really nice sign.
So the proposal that we're talking about is fixing the downtown Eddy sign. These are
Right.
just some options to fix that. But yeah, the mayor did throw out that maybe we could also do a sign here at City Hall, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
But I do think that the more exposure is gonna be downtown.
Downtown, and I agree
Yes,
with him.
there's
yes,
gonna
on
be
that.
more
I agree with
exposure to that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
So I think we need to get the sign downtown updated, I'll say,
Yes,
first.
that's true, because that is an eyesore.
Right,
Since
Right.
we already
Yep.
have this sign
Yeah.
and the
Just use
rock,
it.
then
maybe we could table it and come back with some different ideas besides this one
Yeah, for 3,700.
idea for 3,700.
Get some pricing from different ones, this is the one, like I was talking about.
Oh, I love that. Depends on what that costs.
Yes, you gotta look into pricing, but
Now, we did research some of the monument style signs. They
Right.
they are a little bit more on the pricey end. You're probably experiencing something more than
Yeah.
the $3,700 here, just off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Does the 3,700 include uplighting on it, where you can see it at night?
Ma'am,
No,
I'm sorry, I
it's-
didn't
Light.
understand. You only come to the speaker, please? So we can all
Thank
hear.
you.
none in power, but solar.
I just wondered if the 3,700 includes uplighting on the sign so you can see it at night?
No, no
just the
uplighting.
sign.
It'd be a removal, replacement, design, building of that one. The problem with the lighting over there is we don't have any electrical, so we would have to work that in,
Solar.
set up a separate meter.
Solar.
Oh, solar.
Solar.
Sorry. I missed that one. Yes.
Yes, Mr. McGurr?
If I can get this thing turned on, there we go. Okay. Down at the church here, they have that marquee that's out there that addresses what we did, what we're doing. And I put solar lighting out there, and I think it cost us $20, okay? It's solar lighting, it's one on either side, and it lights up that whole sign.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
that's what we
it
have
would
on
be
our church sign.
virtually
It's solar lighting.
inexpensive
Yeah,
to do that.
We just have it.
okay. Sounds like a winner. Well, we can, as Mr. Wiggins, he said he'd like to table it, so do we have anybody else who would second that?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to table it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
I'll
second
second.
that? All in favor? Okay, all right, we'll table it until next time. Get some more ideals and some more pricing. Okay? Okay, number 18, employees' benefits plan changes. Council discuss, consider, and possibly take action regarding employees' health, dental, and vision benefit plans, including possible changes to contribution levels of both the city and our employees. Okay, Mr. Wiggins.
Again, I think this is a topic that our other two council members need to be here for. So with that said, I'll make a motion to table this till our next meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay. And all in favor, did y'all wanna table it, or y'all wanna talk about it, okay?
Motion made
Got
to
two.
table it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
got two people that wanna do it, so. Oh,
Well, I
three,
mean, what-
sorry.
you didn't ask for it.
Yeah, I
The
asked,
table
I
it,
said- Yeah,
yeah.
okay, all right, okay, favored. Here we go, we're gonna table it till December.
The next meeting, yes.
Yes, sir. All right, moving right along. Number 19, Establishment of street repair committee. Council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action on the establishment of an ad hoc street repair steering committee.
Steering committee.
Steering committee, okay, for a period not to exceed 6 months of service.
It's a pun. It's a street pun. Steering, get it?
Steering.
No?
I thought, how do you spell street again?
Yeah, right. Okay, so council talked about this a couple months ago. They directed me to go out there and blast this out on Savvy Citizens, see if we can come up with some additional recommendations for the street repair committee. As a reminder, this is a committee where folks get together. We got members of staff, council, citizens, come together and try to figure out how we're gonna spend our street repair budget for the year. I mean, we've only got so much, it can only go so far, so we're trying to do that in the most reasonable fashion. Repairs, just as a reminder, probably would not begin sooner than spring of 2025. We're probably looking at an interlocal agreement with McLennan County Precinct 1 Road and Bridge performing that service, just the best bang for our buck. They do cap us at about a mile worth of road there, but with the sewer system coming back over and redoing all these roads, we're now gonna be able to branch out and maybe do some streets that we haven't been able to in the past. And then we are currently researching some proposals for a full overhaul of Hungry Hill Road near Helena. We know that's been a sore spot for many years. In the past, we haven't been able to do that because we didn't really know where the sewer system was going. Right now, it's not going next to Helena, so that's a key point there. And then I'll just recommend that we make a committee that's pleasing to council. Here are the recommendations that we have. We've currently got council members Richard Prater and Joyce McLaughlin serving on that one. And then we did have Miss Danielle McGruer volunteer for the committee as a citizen. And the Bruceville-Eddy Economic Development Corporation did vote last week to recommend a member of their own, Mr. C.W. Horton, to serve on that committee.
Mr. Wiggins.
Okay, did we have any, is Ms. McGruer the only person that we had that reached out to us and willing to volunteer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Then
Yes, ma'am?
oh.
I'd like to add Colton Smith, my fiance, to the street repair committee, mainly because he was on it this past year, so he brings a good history with it, but we also did the whole thing together last year, going street by street, and I think it would be beneficial for us to do it again together. So if you would consider adding him as your second citizen, that would be awesome.
For the two citizens, it'd be Colton Smith and Danielle McGruer.
Is there anyone out
Anybody
here
in the
willing?
city? Oh, anybody out in the city? Anybody out in the audience that would like to volunteer?
It's
too?
just a temporary committee,
It's
just
not
for a
gonna-
couple
maybe 6
months,
months,
maybe
yeah.
2-3 meetings.
Yeah, not very many.
That
meetings.
money goes fast.
Oh, okay.
Okay, no, that's it,
That's-
okay.
That's fine. I mean, I'll make the motion that, we have the people that's up there in addition to, because it says 1 or 2 citizens, we had 2 last year, so in addition to Colton.
Yep, we'll have 2 now, okay? All right. And we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor? Unanimous, okay? There's our street committee, street repair. Thank you. All right, here we go. All right, I am going to go. Number 20, billboard lease agreement renewals. Council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action on lease agreement renewals with the Acme Partnership LP for 2 billboards located on the city-owned property along I-35.
Yes, ma'am. Once again, coming before you here for a lease renewal agreement for the billboards. This is gonna be for the 2 billboards that are located here on city property. We've got one right behind City Hall, and then the other one is located behind the VFD. These current agreements expired in March of 2023. It's taken us a little while to get everything hashed out and get in contact with our representatives there. Usually we just get the money, and That's really all the communication we have with them. The past term has been for 20 years. This one is another 20-year term with automatic rent increases for 5-year periods. This does include a 3% increase from the rent from the current agreements. So with this one, I recommend approval, and I'll answer any questions that you have.
Yes, sir.
Can they maintain them better? Because I know half the time the lights don't work.
We can certainly reach out to them on that one, for sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we know how much they're paying for the rent?
What they're
for
paying
those?
now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, we do. Somebody got their packet handy and can pull that one up? Thank you so much. So the rent currently that they're paying, this is the rental for next year, right? So the next 5-year period would be $5,792.51 per year per sign. So it's about $11,000, $12,000
That we would
a year.
receive. That the city would receive.
How much do they receive per month?
They don't receive anything.
They don't receive, they give it to us.
The city receives how much per month?
It's
Per month or per year?
For a year, it'd be about $11,000 for a year.
No. They pay like, in 23, they paid 56,23.80.
A year.
It's
per
what
sign.
they paid a year.
Per
Right.
sign, though.
Per sign.
Yes,
So
yes.
it's over
Yeah,
$11,000.
no, yeah.
Yeah, what I said,
Yeah,
over
yeah.
$11,000.
Yeah,
We would be getting.
per sign.
Yeah, that we'd
And
be getting.
they're increasing it to about 5,800.
Yeah,
That's per sign.
Per sign.
We
For the
got two
entire year?
signs
for a year.
for a year.
But they'll be paying us, the city.
5,800 for the whole entire year?
Per
For one sign, yes,
And we have 2 signs.
yeah.
Do you have somebody that's
So that's,
looking at the comps for the other billboards to see if the city could perhaps get more?
So we did push for an increase on that one. We did not study comps or have anybody go research on that one. As you can see, they've had some vacancies up there, so they've pushed back and said that they're struggling just to get people to put on
Is
there.
it an
so.
actual company that's managing this for you?
This is media managing?
Managing the,
The people that own the signs, the company that owns the signs. That's who they've been talking with. That's who we've been talking with. And they're having trouble keeping people that want to advertise on their signs,
mhm.
you know.
My family owns 11 billboards.
Huh?
My family owns 11 billboards.
Uh-huh.
And I think it would be a good idea to check the comps and see if you couldn't get more money. That sounds low to me. I'm just saying. And usually the lights not showing or flickering is because the advertiser didn't pay. So you don't turn the lights on.
Right.
Then you get somebody else to advertise on there and turn the lights back on.
Yeah.
So it's not usually a maintenance problem, it's that they didn't pay, and so you don't turn the lights on, they don't get the advertising at night at least.
Yeah. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Where are your signs located?
yeah,
There's-
that's my question.
Are they in like a Dallas or Fort Worth or San Antonio or Austin?
There's multiple areas.
Are they in rural areas?
I don't think it really matters where ours are, what matters is that you get good comps to figure out whether you're getting the amount, whether the city's getting the amount that they deserve.
Yeah, I think what Ms. McLaughlin is trying to say, that if we were in a bigger area, I'm sure the comps would be up there. But being we're in a rural area right here, maybe we're not gonna get as much as we would somewhere else. I don't know. You need to go up here, ma'am.
Exactly. That's true.
Some billboards do get more money depending on the location.
Right.
But I just think it would be prudent to check comps and make sure that the city's getting the correct amount, because you're signing a 5-year contract, the new term is for another
20 years.
20 years.
years with an automatic renewal every 5 years. So, yeah, 20
Yes, sir.
You can't reduce that down to like a 5-year contract because you got the sewer coming in, more business to come in.
then
And
people
within
won't
5 years,
advertise.
it's gonna go up probably significant. So,
I mean, the city of Bruceville-Eddy can throw out whatever
Totally.
negotiation, it's just gonna take time to hash that one out, so.
I think once the sewer comes in and we start getting new businesses and new signs, new wanting to go up, then we could maybe ask for more, but where we're at now, I don't.
Not if you have a 20-year contract.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the new signs coming in, the new businesses and the new signs coming in. We could probably
Well,
get more.
There's just laws against building new billboards, you can just build, you can grandfather in, new billboards, where other billboards were, but it's very competitive. The land that has billboards on it is.
Well, I agree with the fact that, 20 years is a long time. Maybe do a shorter term, we'll see if they'll go for 5 and not go past
People
10.
are gonna be, yeah.
Do you know
Yeah.
what the rent increases are every 5 years? 3%?
3%.
Well, the
3%.
3% is gonna be from where we are currently to what the new rent is gonna start at.
But that's not
But
3% each year, that'd be 3%.
Correct.
Each year it goes up about $175 to $180. That's it.
If you average it out.
That's per sign, So about 360.
That can tell you what the comps are and just, do a little research to make sure that the city's getting a
We can-
significant amount.
we can sure do that.
About, changing the insurance for our employees down 10%, saving 6,000 a year, well, maybe you could get 6,000 more a year for a
Okay.
billboard.
Well, we could table it,
Right.
Mr. McGrew?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion that we table it, do a little more research to be able to
Research, okay.
satisfy you. Yeah, it's just the same as the old one. So, okay, I make a motion that we table it.
Okay, I have a second.
I'll
I'll
second.
second.
Okay, Joyce?
Yours. Okay.
Joyce seconded, all in favor? Unanimous, thank you. All right, 21, cast ballots for candidates to the Falls County Appraisal District Board of Directors. Council discuss, consider, and possibly take action on resolution R 11-21-2024-2, voting on candidates to the Falls County Appraisal District Board of Directors.
Mayor, council, y'all did this last month for McLennan CAD, and now you've got it here before you for Falls CAD. 2 positions for the Falls County Appraisal District will become vacant on January the 1st, 2025. Our city is being asked to cast votes for 2 of the nominees to Falls CAD. Here are your nominations. Got the list that are reflected on the ballot right there for you. So you have 2 votes to distribute. And I think on this one you need to vote, did it say if you could tag them all
You
into
get-
one? I think you have to pick 2, right?
You have to pick 2.
Yeah.
Is my understanding.
Mr. Wiggins?
Okay, with that said, the 2 that we picked last time is the ones I recommend going with, and that's Geisler and Terry.
Geezer and Terry, okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
I'll
Is
second
it Mr. McGurr, second that. All in favor? Unanimous, sounds good to me. I don't know.
Before we do it,
Okay,
Linda,
yes, sir.
before we do that, can I take a quick break real quick?
Yes, we sure can. Okay, it is 7:29, and we're gonna take a short pause. We'll be back here in about 5 minutes. Oh, sorry, it is now 7:40 PM and our regular session is coming back. Okay. All right, Friendly Oaks Well, okay, that's the one we need to do. Yeah. All right, number 22, building proposal, Friendly Oaks Well Site, Old Bethany Road. Council to discuss, consider, and possibly take action on a proposal submitted by S2S Construction for the creation of an overlay building enclosed for the Friendly Oaks Well Site located on Old Bethany Road. Okay. This is something we discussed in our 4:30 meeting. Is anybody need any more discussion or more any information on it? Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, so this building is gonna enclose the drive and the building that the drive is mounted to? Is that what you're gonna do?
Yes, sir. It would enclose the drive, it would include our chemical storage, and include our booster pumps as well.
Good, okay.
Any other questions? Comments?
Joyce.
Did y'all want me to
Okay.
bring this back up at a future meeting, give y'all some time to chew it over? Do y'all want me to go back to the drawing board, look at some other more cost-effective options?
Well, if we're getting everything that is showed on there that I was reading, that's not bad. I mean,
No,
that's
I
just
mean-
my opinion.
You know, I know this, I know most everybody here lives in Eddy knows Mikey Strictly. And I promise you this, whatever he does,
It's good.
it's
work.
a good job.
It'll be a good job.
And I promise you, he's not gonna gig us, I'll say.
Yeah.
You know, he's a fair and honest man. And, so,
You wanna make a motion, sir?
You had a hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, who else had a hand up?
no, I had made,
I was just saying, didn't he put a quote in for
He got it, too,
the
the other
boards?
building.
Did he ever get that, was that ever done?
Yeah, at our
Hudson Lane.
Hudson Lane?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
He done that, it looks very good.
Yeah,
Very
he
good.
He did an excellent job. I mean, do y'all feel comfortable doing
Well, I'm
this?
not voting, but I feel comfortable.
Now, I'd like to hear from Mr. Griffin.
You'd like to hear from me.
What do you think about the building? Are you comfortable with the
Hey,
building?
this is maybe your last meeting, so I'd like to hear what you got to say
Maybe the
about
last
this.
thing I get to say, huh? I agree with Ricky.
Yeah.
If Mikey does it,
He does, it's
it'll
gonna
be
be
done
good.
good.
Yep, he's a good man.
Only thing I'm asking, are we gonna tear the building down? You're not gonna just cover that building, are you?
Yes, sir, we're gonna cover the building.
You're gonna cover it, and just leave it?
We're gonna leave it there. The roof would come off, but the concrete walls will stay because we've got all of our electrical racks
Okay.
all mounted to that, so they would just stay there.
Okay.
Okay. With that said, I'll make a motion to approve the, construction with S2S Construction Company
Okay.
for the, amount of, what was that?
Much.
44,000.
44.6 or something like that?
Yeah.
Janie, can you go back a few slides? Can you get us all the way back to that one? And bring it up on the screen? And then, just for clarity, we're gonna be double checking the,
Yeah, here it is, 44.8.
44.8.
44,800.
Mine says 46.8.
Well, I know, but he
Yeah.
discounted some stuff,
He discounted, 2 items.
the roof and all some stuff, yeah.
and for some additional clarity on this one before we move on, you're okay with Strickland performing the removal of the tank fully, right? On that one? Because our crews could potentially save some money by doing that work
But,
themselves.
right, I don't think our crews have they're fixing water leaks and
You're right.
pits.
Exactly.
No,
Okay.
let's let Mikey do it.
Yeah,
Okay,
they don't
and
have time.
we will research the AC before we move on, and we'll come up with a game plan and make
Maybe
sure
a
that we're
different
not,
AC.
yeah.
I just wanna make sure the AC is, I'd rather do a little overkill if needed, and I figure that's what, Mike did on this.
Yes.
When he had somebody go in there and figure.
That'd be
I'll second
West
it.
Bass would be
Okay.
the,
I'll
Yes,
second his
yes.
motion.
Okay. All right, Mr. Griffin seconds that, all in favor? Unanimous, thank you, all right. And,
I can't read all that fast.
Executive session.
but anyway, okay, number 23. Executive session, the city council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following: community development specialist, the Texas Government Code Section 551-.074- personal matters - discussion regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public official or employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an officer or employee. Community Development Specialist, .texas.gov, code ANN, whatever, 551.074. That one little sign was one. And it's squiggly line. Okay. And then the next one is the Texas, let's see, Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with the city attorney, and Section 1.05, Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct, confer with the city attorney to receive legal advice regarding the deployment moratorium. Got that, all right? So it is now, okay, oh, I didn't see that one, I'm sorry. Okay, Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with the city attorney, and Section 1.05, Texas Disciplinary Rules for Professional Conduct, confer with the city attorney to receive legal advice regarding Miracle Lane. It is 7:47, and our regular session is closed. It is 9:11 p.m. and the executive session is now closed. And it is 9:11 p.m. and our regular council meeting is back in session. We're gonna start it off with number 9, where it says renewal of water meter moratorium. Council to discuss, consider, and probably take action on ordinances O11-21-2024-1, renewing a development moratorium in the portion of Falls County that is east of Interstate 35 and outside the corporate limits of the city, and properties abutting Bruceville Lane in McLennan County. Okay? Mr. McGruer, you have a...
Oh, I do have, yeah, here I am. Is anybody still out there?
Yeah.
Okay.
YouTube.
So I move to remove the development moratorium in Falls County and in portions of McLennan County and begin the process of approving new water meters on a case-by-case basis.
Yes, sir. Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Mr. Griffin second. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, now we're gonna go to, let me get my stuff here. Okay, Community Development Specialist. Okay, Texas Government Code Section 551.074 Personal Matters concession regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public official, officer or employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an officer or employee. Community Development Specialist, Texas Government Code, and 551.074.
I'm gonna make a motion. And that motion is that I move that we assign the duties of the Community Development Specialist, Code Enforcement Officer, to the Police Department, and that we come back, bring back a budget proposal for increased pay for city staff in relation to that.
I'll second that.
Joyce made a second. All in favor? Yeah, it's okay, great. All right. Texas Government Code Section 55.071, consultation with the city attorney, and Section 1.05, Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct, confer with the city attorney to receive legal advice regarding Miracle Lane.
Okay, I'm gonna make another motion. I move that we authorize the city attorney and city staff to order a survey of the property and begin a search for an appraiser of that property on Miracle Lane.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Griffin seconded. All in favor?
Oh.
Unanimous. Okay, thank you. And that's it? Is that all three of them, isn't it?
No.
Okay.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second
Okay.
that.
All right. All in favor? Unanimous. It is 9:15 and our executive session is now closed. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all have a blessed night.